All right, we're back here with Bob doing the Bob thing, being buildy as Bob often wants to do. And I've pre-selected some GDC talks that sound maybe interesting that we could maybe listen to. Yeah, that is a puppet. Ah, there's another puppet there. Hey, more puppets. Wonder how many I attract in this field. They started out right out the gate, just full blast, mate. I guess this isn't the preferable acceleration that New Donuts had. I want to be like a grinder. Oh, we got passengers. I swear there was there's someone I killed. It should be in the field somewhere. Well, now that's the guy. I just gotta, mark this area. Puppets, I'm hitting them. Pants, I'm shitting them. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. They're just falling to their deaths. I was on something before I saw all these puppets. Maybe something about the GDC talks. I've got queued up. Oh yeah, probably that. Should be a fine day to learn about games development. All different aspects of games development. I don't know, and I thought about it more because I've ran across movie commentaries too, and I think games are superior mediums to have a commentary mode, and just not many more do them because the actors, director, whatever, whoever's there for the commentary is usually just watching through the movie once, watching through the movie with you, and kind of just chatting about things. And the thing about a movie is, like, when a scene goes, it's gone. And, like, when a scene's running, it's running for the length of the scene. But in a video game, right, you can just, press the note and pause. They can take however long they need to explain something or talk about something. There's really no set structure to it. And I think that has the potential to produce much better results. Anyway, let's go back to base. Onward to Blotto.
Is
I wouldn't exactly call that pop. I think pop, one of the necessities of pop is that it has lyrics. Vapid lyrics, but lyrics nonetheless. Not that I don't like the song, but you know. I wonder if there's any royalty-free classical. A lot of classical in public domain, but that just means anyone can use it and then, claim a copyright on it. Just like, because it's their performance, that's the original content. There's something wicked about that, I feel. But it is how it is, so I wonder if someone's done royalty-free classic. Because, that's what, back in when I was doing the Battlefield. Hold on. Thought I heard a puppet. Anyways, back when I was doing the Battlefield Portal, I was like, I'm just gonna do, nice little classical accompaniment in the background. They say this is, license-free classical. Let me give that a try. Yeah, no, turns out, well, royalty-free, but still. They should mean the same thing, but it's not, so. Yeah, no, even classical isn't safe. And you'd think it would be, just, these ambient little piano tracks. Pianos, violins, such things. For just easy programming, but not that, well, yeah, of course, Portal is programming to an extent. But it's not, like, hard in the code. Still. Classical. That's. I think the thing nowadays is lo-fi, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, if I want to spice it up, I'll go jazz. But yeah, classical. That's just a nice little backing track. Nice little just something you put on and ignore. Not that I don't enjoy analyzing classical pieces, because there's still artistry in it, but just I'm losing this tangent. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're having fun. We're walking on the range, the slime ranch. This is our air base. Anyways, did I already use this as a tangent to say that Scum needs a classical station? That's where I was going with this originally. It was just just mix in some fucking classical in there. Like, you already got country to, encompass a lot of different genres, but still. I like the Beast Nuts thing, though. It's fine. know what I'm going to use that machete for, but it's plenty of free blade. Heck yeah. And we'll subject it to the long stick test, see if it breaks it into 5 small sticks. And maybe if it's better, we have to replace our saws with Fooster's machete. Let me actually just put it in my hands. Why not? We're an explorer.
When they threw me on the floor while Johnny and Tina punched and kicked and swore, and long story short, I lost the fight. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. But they come and go, but there's always another. Yeah, I guess I can't be.
Yeah, they could have some, I don't know, more original compositions on the dedicated classical station. And then, for the global radio, maybe they just put in, like, the Toccata and Fugue. That's a classic one that people like. Beethoven's Ninth? I forget. I want to say 5th, but I'm pretty sure it's the 9th. Shit, what else is pop? I don't know what pop classical is considered. Hold on. I don't know, is the 1812... I think the 1812 overture is just famous because they use real cannons. I don't know that it's pop classical. What else do I hear? For Elise is known. Hold on, I'm thinking of Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, yeah. I think that one's pop. I mean, not pop, I mean popular. There's a difference between pop and popular. Believe it or not. I don't think I did mention any Mozart. I've been listening to Bach and Beethoven. What's good from Mozart? Shit. Well, not good, but popular. Because, you know, people are like, well, whatever. I'm sure, yeah, if you heard it, you'd know what is popular because you hear it, like, everywhere. But would need open source performances of that. Just, I don't know, MIDI renditions some dude programmed on for his hard drives to play. How about that? That's the classical station. being played on hard drives instead of actual instruments. Oh wait, I need to... look at the variety stations. Just to keep up variety.
Looking backwards and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so trying to cook our next meal, playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a copy music chef, trying to cook our next meal, playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars, they...
Shit, I keep forgetting soda. Soda in the fridge. Jeez. Ah, whatever. Eat some candy, and then when we're real hungry, we'll eat the skewers. I think they'll spoil faster. Well, they'll definitely spoil faster than the MREs. Or anything else we have in here. Hey. Feeling that the repair kit went somewhere else. Oh wait, no, I put all my extra money in here, not piss it all away. Maybe I just do that one bill at a time. One stack at a time, how about that?
let's do this. Got picture homie rolling. Let me offer my condolence. You don't know just how I'm doing. And the silence go them broke cause they know him for talking fluent. Got him under the influence, the truest for talking to him. But decline your ego, bumping to my music, I'm a shooter. I just flew in for the day, gonna have to get explicit. I got love for rappers like I do for my fucking ex-bitches. And I got that ass, though I ask permission to kick it. Checking a repertoire, I got that repertoire with the best who did it. Let's get it how I'm living. Shout out to the ones who with them. Think that I'm on the ransom where them's going dog when I'm in the building. They kind of ironic, who would've thought that I'd be the hottest? Never came close to being no bitch, but you know stop the fucking product. Who want it? You want it bound to be iconic, baby, you got it. Let me get the love and that's 100, taking the proof on it. You know that we gonna find it. Detroit, that's why they see me hustle hard. I got the drive and muscle cars and work ethic of my father. Y'all respect it cause you gotta love to hate him, but you oughta know you gotta give him props for the way he kept on riding out.
Yeah, this is actually bad. Stupid machete. Oh man, there's no one. No, just throw it away. Dumb machete. Not good for cutting sticks. What you good for? Absolutely nothing. It's actually cracked bundles of sticks. Remember that? This is the master plan right here. Easy.
Salutations, scumbags. Are you ready for another day of carnage and chaos? I know I am. For those of you who don't know me, I'm John Dick, your guide and confidant on this journey of mayhem. Get ready to get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Shame I wasted that other freaking stick. Damn, machete. Could have had perfect. Wait a minute, I'm stupid. No, it takes twice that many. I was like, this seems like a very few amount of sticks to be getting to 50. I was like, oh yeah, no, it's 5 per. Anyways. Don't mind me, I'm just being a silly boy. I'll give her that. It's an appropriate song name.
John Dick here, thanking you for joining us.
Just kidding,
for
I know
another
it was the end.
glorious battle. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events.
Okay.
Or
Wooden,
die trying.
wooden stuff.
Or both. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
This will be the fastest way to waste them. 5 each. Let's take out 2 here. Why not? We don't have enough anyway.
picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. Just spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate it, but another instead. I wanna hate it, but another instead.
I really want this place to become less accessible. Maybe we just stop about here. Prehabs.
Make me work, make me sweat inside, make me child. Too many answers, when all we need is questions. You ain't giving this a chance to burn its light. 'Cause I'm coming up strong. Grass should've looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, she'll change it and receiving. Girl, you best believe in me behind. 'Cause I'm over easy. I'm over easy. And I'm over easy tonight. You want to go.
Oh, I guess that's one way to fucking pause. Stupid. Stupid. Let's see if anything gone on the other side.
That's how it works here on Scum Island. My name is John Dick. And I'd like to invite you to join us every night for fun and fun. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by recognizing. What are you waiting for, sub? Sign up and rank up. Now get out there and paint the town red with blood. Make your mama proud.
I was running from myself. You were giving nothing else. I cut you off. You were the one I despised. When really, it should have been me. And love is not survive. Looking cloudy. Well, I chose this life, now it's choosing me. And how it interferes with the lives we lead. And I can't read your eyes, they're just sending hearts. Just go home now. Your skin and bones, there's no way of hiding your theft. You're successful in sending your problems from your stream. Way to me.
They call me the juggler, 'cause I always have three lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, 'cause Edith likes eating that Easter Eve, where Wendy works on Wednesday evenings, and Donna Lee does her laundry 2 doors down. And Edith's ex-old man is employed there. So I choose to keep a low profile and sneak around like it's going out of style and try to keep these balls up in the air. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. Sometimes I wish I had me a twin brother, because it takes a lot of steam making all that hubbub. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Tanya, Tina, and Isadora, but that all ended in a puddle of tears and blood. I had Tanya down for 10 to noon, and Tina turned up around 1 or 2, and Izzy used me all night like a stud. But one day Tanya showed up a little late, and Tina turned up a lot early, so fists were flying till Izzy came that night. I'm pretty sure at the doors when they threw me on the floor, while Tanya and Tina punched and kicked and swore, and long story short, I lost the fight. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. They come and go, but there's always another. Yeah, I guess I can't be pleased by just one lady's comfort. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, maybe someday I'll just fool it around, find someone to make me settle down, but I'd hate to be the one to make her suffer. 'Cause one of them days we'd go to town, and one of my friends would flag us down and say, "You know why everybody calls him the juggler?" And I'd have to explain that they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Alarm goes off at 4:45. Roll out of bed, rub the sleep from my eyes. Throw on a shirt and some jeans and my boots, and then it's time to make that morning drive. Work all day till I'm totally beat. Get back home and fall back to sleep. Morning and the cycle's complete. Yeah, work, sleep, work, sleep. Somewhere up the line, I forgot what I did. Those life looks like an exhaustion. And then it's time to make that morning drive. Yeah, work, sleep, that's all I ever do. Somewhere up the line, I forgot what I was working for. And there goes my headache showing hands on me. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat.
Man, it's really thundering out there. Okay, after we build this wall, little break. Okay, BRB. everything is secure, let's finish Stargazer, and then I don't know. Let me just queue up the whatever the next GDC was. Hair art in games. Okay, ooh, someone from NetEase. I don't even have been following NetEase, but I know it's a mobile game developer, Chinese. That's taken on some big projects in the West. You know, I played some of their apps, and they were just like nice little phone games. Anyhow, Stargazer.
I left the pages in my schedule, but they're falling hard. Find me on your way out, I'll be right here. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. The sky is sunny, but the clouds are running in my head. I'm thinking maybe I would rather play the part instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we about to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we about to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we about to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you
So, this one is hair art in games, aesthetics differences between Eastern and Western. This will be NetEase's Haoluo and Xiaoying Fu, I think. They'll probably pronounce it. Let's just do it. Ciao, maybe. I don't remember.
Hello,
Oh,
everyone. Nice to see you here. We are very honored
listen.
to give this talk at the GDC. Our topic is hair art in games, aesthetics difference between Eastern and Western. Thanks for coming our speech. So first, let me introduce the speakers. I am Nora Xiaoying Fu, is currently the lead character artist in Justice
Xiaoying Fu,
Mobile
I was right.
project and the character specialist in Justice Online project at NetEase Thunderfire Studio. I used to work at Digital Extremes as a character artist in Warframe project and at EA Mobile Canada as a 3D artist.
Hi, I'm Hao, and I'm now currently a senior user researcher at NetEase Thunderfire UX department. Recent projects I have worked on includes Justice Online, Marvel Duel, Uno Mobile, and Naraka Blade Point.
Nora will give the first half of the speech and Ro will give the next half. Thanks for coming. So let's
It's
start.
like they're being held at gunpoint.
Yeah, okay, let's start our speech. So as a media art loved by people all over the world, games show different art
Come on,
styles.
how is it not connecting like that?
When we make next generation games, we often pay attention to the effects of characters, and hair is a very important part of it. What's interesting is there are many aesthetic similarities and differences between Western and Eastern themes games based on cultural background. I'm fortunate to have worked in different game companies in Canada and China, and have participated in games of different art
stupid, I should be
styles
doing this.
in
That's
different
what I
game
should do.
fields from East to West. Here, I have collected some experience. I have collected some working experience and find some interesting points
This is cute.
to share with you with my partner. There are many points, and this talk will focus on the aspect of the hair. So first, let's review the trends of hair design in video game in recent decades. With the development of the technology, especially the hardware improvement, the game performance have been rapidly developed. Therefore, artists are all allowed to present their design more freely. So hair has been shown very differently at different historical stages of the game development, becoming more refined and diverse. We can see this changing trend from the Tumble Ride in 1990s to the Metal Gear Solid in 2000s, until the recent Last of Us
So they're talking about increasing
in
polygons.
the games of 1990s. Since the hardware can only support very few triangles, the hairstyles are also very simple, without the texture of hair. With the improvement of hardware, in the 2000s, the games have been able to support a small number of haircuts with transparent hair textures. And now, the hardware have been able to support very high triangles and a large number of alpha test and alpha blend transparent maps. So artists are also better able to design and create more complex hairstyles. The same changes have been experienced in the Eastern game industry. From Audition Online to Naraka Blade Point and Justice Online Mobile in development stage. The hair design is becoming more and more complex, and the details both on the texture and its dynamic performance are increased rapidly. So, games
I don't know
have
if the visuals
accompanied many
enhance this.
players
I don't
since
think they
their
do.
childhood. We can see that in most games, the hair design are mostly derived from hairstyles used in people's daily life, extracting the elements from reality and using it for characters, whether in the early games like Resident Evil or the games released in recent years, such as Cyberpunk 2077. The hairstyles of the characters are very common in real life, which makes the players feel that these characters are the people living around them, looks familiar in appearance, and creates a sense of immersion. At the same time, the design of character in games is not only extracting elements from real life, but some special designs are also affecting the public aesthetics. In 2000s, when Audition Online was the most popular game in Chinese market, many stars have the similar haircuts with the Audition Online style. Similar hairstyles can often have been seen in street, becoming a very fashionable style of the era. Today's gamers have more requirements for game quality. They not only want to customizing the face and the body in the game, but also matching the different hairstyles with their temperament. Therefore, hairstyle art is very important to highlight the personality of the character. Take NetEase Nalika Blade Point as an example. In this game, players can not only customize the character's face, but also can choose different hair colors and styles to increase the sense of immersion. And some games, such as NetEase Tianyu Mobile, go a step further to providing more diversity, such as custom sub-regional dyeing function for hair color. Many players are willing to spend much time on it. In terms of hairstyling design and production, there are many interesting similarities and differences between Eastern theme and Western theme games. Next, I will use several games produced by our NetEase as a representative of the Eastern game theme to compare with the game cases from Western theme. Let's look at the similarity first. In terms of art design, hairstyle design is implementable in game. Whether Eastern or Western, the designs are all extracting from the elements of actual hairstyles in life, then recreating, like blades and short hair. In the ancient Chinese theme games Justice Online, which background is in Song Dynasty 1,000 years ago, there are also some design elements extracting from daily life, such as blades and curly hair. The examples go on and on. From above, we can easily feel that whether it's Eastern or Western, the design of hairstyles
A school
are
presentation,
not
that's what it
rhythm or
reminds me
baseless,
of.
but created with elements in real
I'm pretty sure she
life.
has to read from a script. She's not very,
Moreover, the biggest similarity in
Not
game
a-
industry is the application
I
of
say?
technology.
not that
No
advanced in
matter
English.
which project, the main way to make in-game hair is haircut method. With the improvement of the hardware, some game developers also use dynamic hair simulation to present better dynamic effects. The haircut method is the mostly wide used practice in the game industry. The vast majority of in-game hairstyles use this technique to create hair. Haircuts can make very rich and complex shapes, At the same time, especially combined with the close simulation or dynamic born, it makes the movement of the hair more natural and smoother. So let's take a look at this video for our Justice Mobile project first to see how it works.
好，丽水寒小师妹给大家拜年啦！祝大家虎年快乐！丽水寒手游每天都在变得更好哦，今年一定会和大家见面的。
The video is
来，
just
小
chopped.
老
What
虎，
the heck?
来给大家拜个年。
Alright. We'll bail on
In
this.
this real-time rendering video,
Real-time rendering video. Wait, maybe we should just skip ahead. Let's go here. I don't know. What are you going to be talking about here?
in
Your
addition
hair.
to extracting design inspiration from the lines of ink painting, we also extract elements from traditional painting. For example, this picture is a painting of Tang Dynasty 1300 years ago. We extracting the main hairstyle elements, pen hand, and big peony flower, combined with our understanding of the curve to design this style. Although it's kind of against gravity, how can the hair pieces on the left not fall down in the real world? But it does not affect the beauty of this shape in the game at all. From perspective of aesthetics, hairstyle is a very important part of the character appearance of a certain era. Hair can act as a gateway to bring us back to the old time. In a way, hairstyle can connect our imagination of the past with real tradition, forming bridges across the time and generations, and reach thousands of households through films, games, and other works. After talking about some aesthetics discussion, we then entered the focus on our speech. It's also a summary from our teamwork experience. How we can better achieve interesting and beautiful hairstyles in the game, and what we can do. Next, we will summarize 4 key thoughts about hair design in video game, as well as our understanding of design method. The four key points are history experience. The game hair design in line with the character era will give players a better sense of immersion. In this part, we will talk about the historical immersion of hairstyle through a series Eastern and Western artworks and games. Part 2, diversity personality. From perspective of user experience, we discuss how to present diversity and personality by haircuts, as well as how to bring players a variety of hairstyles of the design. Of course, we can provide more variety of hairstyles in addition to personalized styling.
Wow, videos.
You guys have any questions?
Summary. Era background is important, and do consider player experience. Get players into your hair design process if possible. Okay. Provides diversity, and remember to allow freedom for personality. Thanks. Cultural blending gets fans of different backgrounds. Sure. Sometimes it's worth to try label breaking. Alright. Thanks, NetEase, for that wonderful talk. Okay, so, next one. Should be more interesting, maybe. More interesting than hair, than just talking about the historical and cultural significance of hairstyles. Bringing players together, building cross-play for Destiny 2. So using their experience on Destiny 2 to talk about cross-play. I hope we get to learn about prosky and cross-play, and not the cultural and, what is it as? The cultural and historical significance of playing together. Let's start.
Welcome to Bringing Players Together, Building Crossplay in Destiny 2. Today, we're here to talk about what it took the Destiny 2 team to realize the cross-platform experience for players, the lessons we took away from the development process, and how they can be applicable to you if you're looking to bring cross-platform play to your game. So let's dive in.
Cross-platform scum. Okay, let's go.
I'm John Chu, a senior technical program manager at Bungie in the Central Technology Organization. As a technical program manager, we function as the producers for engineering-focused teams, helping define roadmaps and product vision while driving the execution of our various projects. I've been at Bungie for 3 years now, having worked on various teams in building and improving our tools around the engine, such as improving workflows for UI designers, updating the Destiny 2 engine for activities, and speeding release build times. And currently, my focus is on leading initiatives that span across multiple teams around the studio, like most recently, delivering crossplay for Destiny 2. So that brings us to what we're here to talk about today. We'll be doing a deep dive on the production of crossplay and the challenges and lessons we took away from building and releasing this feature to players. I'll be focusing more on the production process, team organization, and some design considerations that come with building for cross-platform. And while I'll touch on some of the technical challenges that we faced, it'll be more of an overview. An explanation of the deep technical specifics is worthy of like a whole other session. We'll have time at the end for questions, and these slides with speaker notes will be uploaded to the Vault. So first off, anyone here have you played Destiny 2? Anyone? Nice. Most people here. So for anyone that hasn't played, Destiny 2 is an action MMO first-person shooter in which you play as a guardian imbued with the power of light, protecting humanity. You take on challenges and activities, all while shooting and looting your way to getting better gear and personalizing your character to be the ultimate monster-killing machine. In terms of how we build, maintain, and release Destiny 2, we utilize a games-as-service model to constantly deliver updates and new content to players. Our main content deliverables are yearly expansions and 4 seasonal releases during that year. Initially released in 2017, Destiny 2 is now in its 5th year and 16th season of being a live game. Most recently, last month in February, we released The Witch Queen and Season of the Risen. And when it comes to platforms, Destiny 2 is currently available on 7 different platforms: PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series 1 X and S, Stadia, Steam, and Microsoft PC Store. And lastly, Destiny 2 is built in our proprietary Tiger engine. It's a large legacy codebase built for the original Destiny, with some parts of the engine reaching back to the Halo days of Bungie. There's a great 2015 GDC talk given by Chris Butcher that goes into in-depth about the history and development of the Tiger engine if you're interested in learning more. But needless to say, there's a lot of systems and code within our own engine that are foundational and hard to change. And we'll discuss some of the interesting challenges that this presented when building crossplay later in this talk. So now that you have a little bit of a background of Destiny 2, let's talk about the crossplay project and how we went about building this experience. The biggest reason we wanted to build crossplay was to deliver on creating a truly unified Destiny universe. By releasing across many platforms, players can play Destiny 2 from wherever they wanted, even other devices supported by Stadia. We further built towards this with the release of our cross-progression system, CrossSave, in 2020. This allowed players to bring their guardians and all the loot and gear that they had spent so much time amassing on one platform to any platform that they wanted. While with CrossSave, you could now hop between your PC and console and continue the story of your guardian wherever you wanted. The one thing that was missing was that when players crossed platform boundaries, that meant leaving behind the friends that they had on one platform. People have different preferences for the platform that they like to play Destiny 2 with. Just to demonstrate, of all the people that raised their hands, how many of you prefer playing on PC? PlayStation? Xbox? Stadia? I, for one, like playing on Xbox. And for the longest time, I didn't have access to like a gaming PC to be able to play with my friends who preferred playing on Steam. So that's where crossplay comes in. Crossplay is the culmination of all these earlier efforts and now allowing you to play together with your friends from whatever platform you want. Now, all players could exist in a single Destiny universe rather than segmented ones by platform. And while doing this effort wasn't creating new content like a raid or a secret exotic mission that for players, we knew that doing this was the right thing to do and would be a delighter for them. So for this reason, we committed to making crossplay happen. So when we first started the pre-production of crossplay, guided by our overarching vision of creating a single Destiny universe, we outlined some high-level goals for the project. While Destiny is being released on multiple platforms, we wanted to use crossplay as a chance to center Destiny as a platform for all your social interactions with players that you meet while in-game. Regardless of where you're playing from, you should not be limited in your Destiny experience. And everyone on any other platform should be accessible to you, to be friends with, to communicate with, and more. And while we defined goals for this experience, we also made sure to articulate constraints that we could use as razors to help make decisions along the way. First was that we were date-driven. We wanted to release crossplay as soon as possible for the best player experience. So we targeted a release of September 2021. The pre-production planning for this project started in the summer of 2020, and this gave us a little over a year to plan, execute, and release crossplay. So we had to scope accordingly to meet this deadline. Next, the experience needed to be seamless, especially to new players. We didn't want to overcomplicate the experience of getting a new player from character creation through to having their boots on the ground in the first mission. And lastly, we knew we would have to collaborate a lot with our first-party platforms, like Sony, Valve, Google, and Microsoft. And we knew it was important to respect our partner relationships with each of these companies. Each platform has their own unique certification requirements, and while building crossplay, we should be doing our best to adhere to the spirit of these requirements. So let's talk about the actual team that built crossplay. This effort was a cross-team initiative that spanned across the studio with 4 core teams working together on the experience. The teams that were involved were first, the engine client team working on the lower level engine code, making changes to things like matchmaking and networking. The UI UX team working on the UI players would be interacting with to manage all their new cross-platform friends and invites. The services team tasked with standing up all the new game services. And the Bungie.net team working on the web and mobile experiences for Bungie.net and Destiny 2 companion app. In total, there were about 50 people working on crossplay. This includes all sorts of disciplines like engineers, testers, designers, producers, and all that. We also had our technical account management deeply integrated on the team to handle our first-party partner relationships. So, and in addition to that, there were a lot of people around the studio that were involved in this effort. Our publishing and marketing and analytics teams helping let us engage players and how they were playing crossplay, the player support and community teams giving us their player feedback, and also the site reliability and network operations teams making sure the services we were standing up were healthy when they were live. And lastly, this was all done while we were working remote. So in terms of the development timeline of crossplay, as mentioned before, we started pre-production planning during the summer of 2020. From then, it was about a year of development to fully release crossplay with the Season of the Lost in August of 2021. Along the way, there were a couple milestones and events that helped us. We spent the first couple of months working on major tech pieces of the experience while meeting with first-party partners to get approvals for our designs. This all led us to having our first proof of concept by the start of 2021, in which we had 2 platforms joining together for the first time. We also utilized live updates to the game to get early versions of crossplay out to players. In the season before we launched, we released an alpha of crossplay for Bungie employees to have some crossplay features enabled for them, and later, a beta in which we enabled crossplay in a strike playlist for all players to try out. These early releases helped get crossplay out there and incrementally build on the experience. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the talk. And even after the full release, we've been continuing to add more features to crossplay, like with extended text chat on consoles. It was definitely a journey to get crossplay into the hands of players. So from that timeline, you can see we used a lot of different milestones and releases to release crossplay. And one of my favorite quotes about the process that we used comes from within the studio. We can't control our outcomes, but we can control our executions. We tried our very best to execute in the best way possible, to make the right decisions for the team, the experience, and the player. And that's the main focus of what we wanted to share in this talk. Because in the end, that's really all you can control. Because once it's in the hands of players, you don't really have much control over that. But luckily for us, crossplay was released to a lot of positive attention from our players, uniting them all together and letting them play and engage with each other in a new way. So now that we talked about the motivations and circumstances surrounding the making of crossplay, we'll move on to the actual lessons we learned. At Bungie, we really like the number 7. If you were at Alan Blaine's talk yesterday, he used 7 axes. I have 7 lessons. So this section comes in that many parts. Here's the 7 lessons we learned in building crossplay. First up, Building crossplay in our own engine meant creating a lot of new systems from scratch. Cross-platform play is a pretty easily understood concept. It's allowing everyone on your various platforms to play together. And so the conclusion is that's just networking around bits to different platforms, right? And I mean, sure, and I see Steve with his head down. Sure, that's definitely part of it, but to create a truly great crossplay experience, there's so much more to it. And there's a couple other reasons that cause us to need to build so many new systems. First was that we build Destiny in our own proprietary engine. All the new cross-platform tech functionality for the engine needed to be created from scratch. Next, many systems that we were using were based on platform-level APIs, and all these needed to be recreated in engine to support cross-platform. Unlike a game that uses a third-party engine like Unity or Unreal, which has a lot of cross-plat built in, we had to build a lot of platform equivalent systems and services. Also, many surrounding systems are needed to enhance crossplay, like how does your player identify themselves across various platforms? So let's do a run through of all the various systems. Starting with networking. Just to get all these guardians in the tower together, core networking tech had to be changed in order to enable sending of content across various platforms. The networking changes that we made were some of the biggest and scariest of bone-breaking changes, since it's one of the most fundamental and underlying systems in the Destiny 2 engine. Since we had shipped separately for various platforms, we had made optimizations for each of them, and this didn't all play well together when we combined them for crossplay. For example, our package layout is not always the same across various platforms, so we can't just network memory handles from one platform to another. We ended up creating a mapping layer to communicate over the network with consistent handles that could be mapped to appropriate handles on a given platform. Also, the way we handle online sessions for fire teams had to be changed, since we could no longer rely on a single session hosted by a single player. We now had to maintain separate online sessions for each platform. If you're interested in learning more about the Destiny 2 networking, there's a 2015 talk given by Justin Truman for you to watch. And there's a lot more of the technical specifics that I glossed over that we did with networking, but needless to say, these were big changes. And we needed to get them right to get platforms able to talk to each other and be able to be enrolled together. And these were some of the earliest pieces that we took on. So let's talk about player identity in a cross-play world. Players spend many hours in Destiny 2 going through raids and dungeons, facing off in competitive matches, all trying to get that god roll of their favorite shotgun or trying to get the right mods for their armor. The Guardian that you play as is an extension of yourself. And while the weapons you equip and getting your armor to look just right is important, equally as important is your name and how you identify yourself to other players. Usually, you use platform names like your gamer tag or your Steam name, among other names for that equivalent, to identify yourself and by extension, your character in online games. However, with crossplay, that's no longer sufficient. Say on PlayStation, you go by Oryx, and all your friends there know you by Oryx. But one day, with crossplay, you hop onto a PC and you start playing on Steam. But there, your profile name is Savathun. And you try to fire team up with your friends, but none of them recognize you by that name. Using platform names in this case was no longer sufficient. With crossplay, it was important that we deliver a consistent experience where someone is easily identifiable no matter what platform they were playing from. We needed to create a consistent name that identifies a player that is unique so that players could find them. To that end, we created the concept of a Bungie name. This consists of a player name and a 4-digit unique identifier. For example, Oryx1234. This allows multiple players to have the same name, in this case Oryx, but allows people to search for a specific person with the 4 digits. And guided by our earlier stated goal of the project of not narrowing the new player funnel, for new players logging on once crossplay was enabled, we needed the experience of setting a Bungie name to not be complicated or add extra time and effort. We created a seamless experience that seeds the player name of a Bungie name from the platform that the player first logs on with. So to demonstrate, this is the screen that players I met with for the first time once they logged in, once crossplay was enabled. It tells the player that their Bungie name is being set from their platform name. In this case, you can see on the left that they were signing on for the first time with Steam, and their profile name was Cosmos BNG. This seeds into their Bungie name, and the unique identifier of 0748 is added to the end, as you can see on the right side. Now that player is now known as Cosmos BNG, and it's what is displayed above their head in-game and in the roster, wherever they play. It's their consistent identity. So next is friends and presence. The concept of friends and who the people you can play with was completely changed. Now your roster could have people from any and all platforms that Destiny is available on, and that brought with it many new challenges. Destiny 2 is an MMO with many communities of players that is fostered by deep social mechanics. Most activities are meant to be played with others. Even if you play solo, we match you up with other players, like with strikes or when you free roam. Destiny 2 is meant to be played with others. Now that players could interact with anyone, that meant we could no longer use platform friend lists. Without changes, you would not have access to friends that you were making on other platforms. Since you could make and have friends anywhere now, we were exposing players to a whole new social network of Destiny players. We created the Bungie Friend Service to handle this new social graph for players to engage with and enable them to become friends with anyone. When a player friends someone in-game, whatever platform they log in with, they will appear on the Bungie Friends list. Additionally, platform-level presence was no longer enough to keep track of when someone was playing Destiny. So we stood up a presence service to track players' online and offline statuses when they were playing. With this concept of a new Bungie social network, we needed to make sure that all interactions people have and have come to expect with social networks was also present. First off was being able to find people, and to that end, we had to build searching. We kept it to finding others by the Bungie name. So as you see in the top left corner, there's a search bar. This is where the 4-digit unique identifier comes into play. And it's important, and this helps make sure that people are explicitly searching for the right person. Upon finding that person, they're able to inspect them and then send them a friend request. On the receiving side, you need to be able to view incoming friend requests or see pending ones. And finally, being able to action on them by being able to accept or reject requests that come your way. Also, other common social controls like blocking and displaying your presence as offline or online had to be respected as well with this new friend system. The changes in identity and this new concept of Bungie Friends resulted in a major overhaul of our roster system. As the major UI screen that players utilize to interact with others, a lot needed to be done to account for cross-platform. More information needed to be given for players for what platform a friend or a nearby person was playing on. Now we show a little icon next to each person. As you see in each of these roster entries, there's a little icon that indicates what platform they're on. Additionally, to help other players with identifying you, player details screens were updated to show all your linked screen names from other platforms. In this case, this player is playing from Steam with the profile name Tiny Tim Go, as you can see towards the bottom, but their Bungie name is different, Caster Rhetoric. This makes it easier for people to recognize you when they're inspecting you. So let's move on to the changes that we made to session or fireteam invites. In Destiny 2, fireteams are the group of 2 to 6 players that you play through various activities with. It's your squad. Fireteams are a core social and gameplay component to the game. It's how many players engage with Destiny 2 content. They hop online, they join their friends in a fire team, and they take on a raid or a trials match. And much like friends lists, we were relying on platforms for session invites. Before, you could go into your roster and you would see your platform friends list and send people invites to join your fire team. But that was all using platform APIs to send, and they would send the receiving player a notification. So if you were on Xbox, if you were sent an invite, you would see in your Xbox UI that you were invited. And they'd get a toast notification, and you'd be able to accept that. It would open up Destiny and join your character into the fire team. But now, we needed a way to bring off-platform players into your fire team. There wasn't an easy way to call into other platforms invite APIs from different platforms. So we had to stand up another service from scratch to manage invites for fire teams. We created the invite service to allow players to create and join fire teams with whoever they wanted. We leveraged our own notification system to show players who they had been invited to a fire team. You can see this on the bottom right in that gray bar with that notification. Additionally, new UI had to be shown to view and manage pending invites. We created a new view, which friend requests also go through, to do this. From here, you can see your stored invites, which do expire after some time, and action on them, like accepting or rejecting. Accepting the invite pulls you into the fire team. And while fire teams act as the group of players you play through various activities of Destiny 2, to really engage with each other, you need to be able to communicate. In Destiny 2, players are able to voice chat and also text chat. Like many other systems, our voice engine was previously using platform voice implementations. Sony APIs for PlayStation players to talk to each other, Microsoft ones for Xbox ones, and so on. But now, with fire teams that had players across all platforms, if we kept it the same way, you wouldn't be able to talk with each other. What emerged was the need to have a solution that would encode and decode audio that was portable across all platforms. So we turned to using a third-party voice service to handle cross-platform voice. On the text side, previously, only PC players were the ones that were able to chat with each other. And the only PC platform that we shipped on was Steam. So it made sense to use Steam APIs in this case. However, timed with the launch of crossplay was also the release of Destiny 2 on the Microsoft PC Store. Now, with another PC platform, our existing solution was not viable if we wanted PC players to be able to communicate. Additionally, guided by our goal of not letting platform limit who you could communicate with, we wanted to expand text capabilities to console players as well. To that end, we built our own text chat service to send messages to players. We'll talk a little bit more about the decisions that we made to build our own text chat and integrate a third-party voice solution a little bit later. So all that we covered was just the systems that we did for the in-game client, but there's even more to the crossplay experience. When building crossplay, we knew that parts of the experience would need to be accessible from the web and mobile sites. In our case, we have Bungie.net and the Destiny 2 companion app. Having out-of-game extensions of crossplay offered deeper ways to manage and engage with the experience. Like it was only through Bungie.net that players were able to pull all their linked platform friends lists and batch send requests to see their Bungie friends lists. Additionally, iteration on web and mobile is much faster compared to shipping new updates for your game client. Offering these power user features for crossplay in a way that allowed us to iterate and polish these features more quickly was really helpful. Also, as a peek behind the curtains, having a web experience that really helped with workarounds when we had bugs in the game. So when we first launched, player searching in-game didn't work, and people weren't able to add their friends. So we were able to route players to the web and mobile sites to search for who they wanted and find who they needed, until we were able to get a fix out the next day. All up, with this and everything else, a lot of work went into making this experience. So in summary, here's the things that we learned in having to build the many new systems for and surrounding crossplay. First, when you're dealing with your own engine, many core and fundamental parts of the engine will need to be changed. From things like changes in underlying networking or revamping UI, all this means is that when you build your own cross-platform tech, scope and extra time need to be accounted for. Second, when building for cross-platform, many of your game's pre-existing systems probably rely on platform APIs and features, your friends list, session invites, voice chat, all that. Most of these features will need to be recreated from scratch. And in this case, your mileage may vary because third-party engines like Unreal or Unity, a lot of cross-platform portability of services and systems is already built in. But it's important to take stock of what systems you rely on platform tech and will need to be moved to cross-plat. And third, extending your cross-platform experience outside your game client to wherever players engage your game can be very valuable.
These things.
This makes it easier for players to give players more fine-grained control over the many new systems that you're introducing. Having web and mobile accounted for from the beginning made for a truly cohesive experience. So, next lesson is about handling interdependencies. Now that you have an idea of the systems that were involved in making crossplay, you have a better sense of the scale of this large cross-team initiative. And with projects of this kind of scope comes many complicated dependencies between all the teams that are working on it. And these all need to be wrangled. Having 4 different teams focused on separate parts of the experience meant that there were many intertwined dependencies. To make things more complicated, we were executing under a tight timeline to deliver by September of 2021. This made it all the more important to ensure all teams were not blocked and could make progress. Also, with everyone being remote, come complications of being in sync. No longer were we able to have ad hoc hallway or desk conversations. You couldn't just stroll up to someone's desk and ask them a question, which usually helps smooth out questions and issues. Those didn't happen as organically when you're working from home, since you'd have to message someone. So how did we approach this issue? We were very fortunate enough to have so many people working on this feature. But with more people comes the challenge of making sure everyone is building towards the same goal. We emphasize team alignment and providing as many avenues as possible to identify blockers and open issues that anyone on the team was facing. We set out to create as many opportunities as possible to ensure we were all building towards the same thing. And it's a bit cliche for me as a producer to bias this way, but especially in a remote work from home world, the solution came in the form of syncs and meetings. What we found was that having recurring syncs that pared down attendees by feature area, like everyone who was working on communication or chat, as well as ones by discipline, like everyone, all testers or all engineers, allowed us to focus conversations on specific topics, like open issues and questions, or upcoming integrations of certain features. One example of how this benefited us was by having a weekly sync to discuss specifically friends and presence. By focusing in on how the Bungie Friends service would interact with the UI and everything else in the client, people were able to bring up their questions. We realized we needed to figure out how blocking would work in a crossplay world, and this ambiguity was being felt by most people working on this feature. We were able to quickly address this by having engineers and designers in the same room to discuss what needed to be done to the experience. This was followed up in our weekly engineering syncs for the team to discuss the feasibility of certain technical solutions, like how would we be able to ferry the data to the right places. Also, we used recurring rituals like meetings where everyone on the core team was invited. This ensured everyone was present to be able to see how everyone was building together and how we were progressing holistically. Also, we had core team-wide weekly playtests. This allowed the whole team to see how the experience was coming together, and it was definitely a morale boost to see how the features that they were working on were just kept getting added more and more each week, and it got more polished. From all these points above, it's pretty clear that the approach that we took was giving team members lots of exposure to each other to build cohesion and empower them to identify and mitigate issues. So to sum it up, creating dedicated sync points ensures blockers are escalated at a cross-team level and handled quickly. Having syncs that slice your team in multiple different ways, like by working group or feature area or discipline, allows for different opportunities to discuss issues at different scales and depths. Next, when dealing with a large team that might also be remote, it's important to make sure everyone is aligned. Offering as many opportunities for the team to see each other helped make it easier for people across the team to proactively approach anyone else on the team with issues that they might be facing. And it gives people a sense of how their work fits into the bigger picture. And lastly, if you heard all this talk about syncs and meetings and working groups and everything and thought, that's a lot of meetings, I'd agree. Syncs to build consensus across the team come at the cost of IC time, or actually time to do things. And that's overhead on your team. So it's all the more important to find a balance. Admittedly, for us, we initially over-indexed on syncs. Too much time spent in meetings meant not enough time to do actual work. But we quickly were able to iterate on our processes and able to find a better cadence by limiting total meeting time for the team. So now that we talked about the what was involved with crossplay and the how we went about building it, let's move on to some of the design considerations. And in this lesson, it's about matchmaking. Players come to Destiny 2 with many different styles of play. From a preference for what kind of class, anyone here Warlock main, to liking, there we go, to liking certain types of damage, like solar or stasis or arc. The differences in playstyles don't just stop there. It extends to the platform you play on. For example, keyboard and mouse players tend to have quicker reaction times compared to console players.
Hell yeah.
The perception of this is especially important when you're in competitive modes. When you throw them all together in crossplay, you need to consider the types of players that are coming in and what they're coming with. For example, for Destiny 2 specifically, there's some interesting challenges in this space. For example, the game has both competitive and cooperative modes, and players have different expectations in how they engage in each activity. Like with the reaction time difference. Maybe when you're in a cooperative mode, like a strike, and it doesn't really matter. But when you're in a competitive Crucible match as a console player, if you're matched against PC players, and that you might perceive reaction time as a difference, and it might feel unfair. Also, PC and console platforms have very different security landscapes. Players using hacks and exploits are something we're constantly fighting against, and can make for a lesser experience if you're exposing a console player who might not be used to this. So how do you make it fair for players on different platforms to play together while embracing full cross-platform? Figuring out how to match players on different platforms in the best way was an important decision that we had to make. We landed on making different matchmaking pools based on type of activity. This ensured fairness and balance while allowing players to play together. Not all modes of the game needed to create different matchmaking pools. There are strong player feelings about fairness, whether it be making controllers as competitive as possible with mouse and keyboard, or the different security landscapes with console and PC. We opted to keep PC players separate from console players for certain modes. We felt protecting players and ensuring fairness was the most important to ensure the best experience for the greatest number of players. We arrived at this decision from conversations that we had with our player support and community teams who stressed the importance of protecting players' experiences. Additionally, we chose not to split pools by other factors, like input modality, like having a mouse and keyboard pool versus a controller pool, because making that distinction has interesting complications. So, for example, if you are a PC player and you plug in your controller, you enter into and you kick off a competitive match. You hop into your controller pool, but you unplug your controller right when the match starts and you start using your mouse and keyboard. In this case, that distinction of making those pools doesn't really matter anymore. So guided by that principle of fairness and protecting players as the most important, it made our matchmaking decisions more clear. Starting with cooperative modes. In this case, we didn't use separate pools. Everyone plays together. There was no need to create separate pools of players since there was no edge one platform would have over the other. And the experience for players in modes like Strikes was not drastically altered. So when you land in a destination and you hop on your Sparrow and you start roaming around the moon, you're automatically match-made in world with players from any other platform. Moving to competitive is where we started using different pools. We created 2 different matchmaking pools. The first was the console pool, in which we have Stadia, Xbox consoles, and PlayStation consoles. And in this case, while Stadia is technically a PC, or you're at least streaming from one, that PC is hosted within a data center, and it's unlikely to have exploits installed or tampering done to the client. So for this case, we included it in the console pool. Then we have the PC pool, in which we have Steam and Microsoft PC Store players. So now, when you launch a competitive activity where you're playing against other players, depending on what platform you're playing from, you'll be match-made with other players in the corresponding pool you belong to. That's not to say we can't create fire teams of mixed platform players from different pools. We account for this by making it so that PC players cannot cross over and enter the console pool. Only platforms in the console pool can cross over and play in the PC pool. So for example, if you're a PlayStation player and you fire team up with your friends who are on Steam and load into Gambit, even though you're on Stadia, you'll be playing against PC players in the match. This keeps the boundaries that we set for PC and console pools. So bringing it all together for cross-platform gameplay. First, understanding the areas for concern for gameplay implications with cross-platform will help guide your discussions and decisions. Understanding where your players' concerns and reservations lie will help identify these areas. For us, that came from talking to our player support and community teams, which gave us direction so we could proactively problem solve. Next, if you're creating different pools for matchmaking, being deliberate for what reasons you're doing so is a useful razor for design. For us, it was the guiding principles of protecting player experiences and fairness that made it much easier to have discussions about matchmaking pools and how we should split up players. So the next lesson. In addition to the implications cross-platform has on gameplay, there's also new social behaviors from players that need to be handled. Each platform possesses their own standards of acceptable social behavior when online. When you combine these players from all platforms, these differences in how players are used to interacting with each other can give rise to new forms of toxicity and harassment. Take, for example, the kinds of usernames that are allowed on each platform. Some platforms have strict filters against profanity and derogatory language, but on others, you can name yourself anything that you want. So a player coming from a platform with filtered names could suddenly be exposed to all sorts of profanity, which could range from lewd to derogatory and bullying. Also, platforms offer social controls like blocking and settings to prevent external contact. But with crossplay, new vectors for attack open up. If you platform block an aggressor on your account, what's to prevent them from hopping over to another platform to continue harassing you? So part of the work for crossplay became addressing these social behaviors. There's many forms of online harassment in games out there. And when you expose players to bigger populations, as is the case when you bring platforms together, that's a risk that you take on. It's especially important to recognize that these forms of antagonistic behavior tend to be directed at minorities and more vulnerable groups of player populations.
Yeah, sure they are.
So much like how our matchmaking pools decision was guided by wanting to protect players, we did the same with social controls and systems. We dedicated a lot of time and effort to this space to try to prevent abuse and harassment. To accomplish this, we focused on a couple areas. First, we addressed user-generated content that was associated with crossplay. In this case, most important was the Bungie name. It became clear from our early discussions that we needed to filter for profanity, since some platforms have various levels of screening for usernames. If there was no platform level filtering, there was a risk that inappropriate names and words would be used in platform names, and that in turn would be passed in and seed the Bungie name. To prevent this, we adopted a third-party solution that is versatile and context-aware. We'll discuss this a little bit later in the talk. Another area that we worked on was to create adequate blocking systems to manage who you could interact with. We needed our new Bungie social network to account for bad actors. So in our new Bungie block system, we aimed for parity with platform blocks, but extended it to cross-platform. We made sure that Bungie block expands all platforms. If you block a player, all accounts that are associated with them are blocked. This ensures that if you block a harasser, they can't hop around to other platforms and continue that abuse. By building these systems, we better protect the player and give them more control over their social interactions. So here's a quick run-through of the Bungie block system. Upon inspecting an offending player that you intend to block, you're given that option. Doing that, to make it clear what this action does, a prompt is shown. Bungie block prevents all forms of communication, whether it be chat, fireteam invites, friend requests, and more. And once that's done, there's a very clear indication in the player details that they're blocked. And this spans across all platforms that are linked to them.
That looks like a different.
So when it comes to social systems being mixed with crossplay, a lot of considerations need to be made. Building cross-platform potentially exposes players to new toxic players. More players and platforms means many new avenues for toxicity and harassment. Being conscious of existing social interactions existing in your game and new ones coming with cross-platform will help you figure out areas where new forms of harassment and abuse could come from. And additionally, when these areas are identified, prioritizing the work to protect players is very important for ensuring the best experience for all players. For us, it was a requirement to land blocking to be able to ship. Only then can you ensure that you're properly protecting your players. So next lesson. Let's move on to some of the more external factors that we faced when building crossplay. So while you can design and build the perfect cross-platform system, to be able to release, you need to meet the requirements of first-party platforms. Destiny 2 ships on a lot of platforms, and having previously shipped on all these platforms, we're pretty familiar with the certification requirements that are needed to be met. So going into the crossplay project, we did our due diligence. Many first parties have whole sections in their certification requirements dedicated to cross-platform play and their requirements to allow for that. However, from our initial designs, there were differences in what we wanted in the experience versus what first parties would require. Some examples: some platforms require players on their platforms to be primarily identified by their platform names. Or in terms of other requirements, some platforms don't allow for the showing of logos or icons of other platforms while you're playing on that platform. These are just a few of the cert requirements that needed to be worked through in order to ship. So we had to work very closely with first parties to align our requirements with their requirements with our aspirations. One of the stated constraints at the beginning of the project was that we respect first-party partner relationships and work to obey the spirit of requirements. It was a very long process that involved a lot of meetings and engagements with first parties, but we feel like all parties came out happy. It's important to call out here for that first-party partner relationships vary drastically from studio to studio. At Bungie, we're very fortunate to have very close relationships with our first parties, and we were able to meet with them frequently to reach a mutual understanding. So what steps did we take to accomplish that? First, during pre-production, we made sure to go through the requirements for each platform and flag areas that differed from our designs. This helped us identify areas that we needed to focus in on and figure out. Being able to meet with first-party partners helped us understand the spirit of requirements and how we could make that work with our intended experience. It was a long approval process, but starting the thinking and engagements early made sure we were set up for success. So some key things for you to take away from our experience. You need to be very aware of first-party requirements with cross-platform play from the very beginning of your production and account for them in your designs. It's very vital to figuring out a path forward to ship. Also, executing towards your vision while trying your best to respect their requirements allows you to deliver the experiences that work for everyone. We wanted to ship something great with crossplay, and on the platform partner side, they wanted to uphold their brand integrity. There was room between the needs of both sides to be successful, and from that, crossplay was made a reality. So in terms of other external factors to consider when building crossplay is with third-party solutions and figuring out how and when to use them to aid your development. Like mentioned before, standing up cross-platform play means building a lot of systems that were previously reliant on platform-level APIs and services. When building these features, a couple specific use cases emerged that complicated these systems, but were still necessary. For example, needing to ensure appropriate names were used for Bungie names, or using a voice library that was portable across all platforms. Handling these cases, like building a new language filter, would have added scope to our project. And being on such a tight timeline, tough calls had to be made. Certain functionalities required a lot of effort and would not fit within our timeline. For example, building a good language filter for Bungie names and user-generated content would be a massive undertaking. Destiny 2 supports 12 languages. Screening and filtering in all these languages requires a lot of expertise and time. So for the specific areas of voice chat, and text content filtering and moderation, we conducted make-or-buy analyses on what we needed to make ourselves and what alternate solutions existed that were worth it for us to buy. There's a lot of existing third-party options that are immersed in these spaces, and they build products that are better than anything that we could manage. So in the case for these options, trying to investigate a third-party option offered a chance to save time and enable us to ship a better experience. So let's first start looking at text and voice chat. There's a lot of different options in this space, like PlayFab, Vivox, Epic Games. There's a lot of great players out there. So some considerations that we made in our decision was first, whether a third-party solution had the libraries that supported all the platforms that we ship on. Also, another consideration was that the cost of relaying the data ourselves compared to using a third party was technically cheaper for handling that volume of data. But the costs also added up in terms of long-term upkeep and maintenance. And lastly, how easy was it to be able to integrate this third-party solution? What kind of documentation and support was available for us to be able to integrate? On the text filtering side, there's a lot of different options that offer things that different technologies like regexes or flat lists. Some vendors even offer machine learning that are contextually aware, being able to distinguish the difference between someone saying you are an effing idiot as bullying versus someone saying this game is effing awesome as positive sentiment. Building that ourselves would have been very difficult to train up that model and would require a lot of language expertise in terms of staffing. Other things to include in this space are also making sure that any filtering solution supported all the languages that we needed, and also figuring out what moderation tools were available with each of these solutions for repeated offenders,
Over-engineering a
and how it
solution,
compares
just
to
let
the tools that
everyone
we currently
communicate
have,
in emotes.
and how we could use them to better support
Easy.
our player support teams. All these
Yeah, like
considerations were
censor the
made
poop
to
emoji, I
combat
don't know.
toxic social behavior. Being highly aware of the needs of your game and making sure a solution fully addresses those is key to making these decisions. If something fits right, it's a great candidate to use to save time and from having to build from scratch. So what did we end up doing? For us, we ended up integrating a third-party voice chat solution to save on the maintenance overhead if we had built it ourselves. We found an external solution to handle voice. This allowed us to direct our attention to landing other parts of the crossplay experience. For text filtering and moderation, the massive amount of work it would have taken to build and support this system for so many languages also led us to integrate a third party. It's important to call out in this case that in our experience, it did take a significant amount of time to integrate both these solutions. Choosing to buy a solution that requires engineering work and to get it working within your game. And the benefits are not instant. Additionally, when you go with a third party, you're effectively tying your game to another product. The releases and updates to that are dependent on someone else, and you don't necessarily have the most control over that. And in terms of the last make or buy analyses, for text chat, while there are a lot of solutions out there that accomplish what we needed, we felt that being able to control our own text chat platform from which we could build deeper integrations offered a lot of potential. So for that case, we ended up building our own text chat. What we ended up building ourselves versus buying was unique to our game and needs. When faced with decisions like this, it's important to consider what features are fundamental to the experience that you're building. Identifying what was within scope to land made it clear where we should be exploring third-party partnerships. Whether your team actually needs to be building certain features. So with so many pre-existing solutions out there, knowing what needs to be built in-house is important for determining scope. Figuring out if you're building a certain system for things like maintaining a competitive advantage will help adjust your priorities. And lastly, one important note is that integrating a third-party solution is not a silver bullet. Adding any kind of new tech always takes time and can't be done instantly. That needs to be considered with your planning and timelines. In our case, when it came to integrating third parties, we did end up being overscoped, and landing these integrations wouldn't fit within our timeline. So we ended up pushing these integrations slipping them into a later release. But from a longer term outlook, one of the things that we did save on was the maintenance and upkeep if we had built these systems ourselves. It's the classic iron triangle problem of production: scope versus time versus cost. Looking into a third party option may help you find solutions when faced with trying to find a balance. And now, the last lesson that we learned from building crossplay. And in this case, it comes from how we went about releasing it, taking advantage of Destiny 2 as a live service game. Crossplay was built for an existing game, so this release needed to not disrupt our existing players. But there's a lot of moving parts that were coming with this project, and it was a massive thing to bring to this game. We had created the most amount of new services since the original Destiny 2, and we had broken a lot of bones, like the things with networking, to make it possible for platforms to play with each other. This was all under a tight timeline to deliver such a huge experience. There were big concerns about how it would all come together if we were using a single release, and that posed a huge risk. If we chose to release in a single season, we'd only have one try to get it right. So what did we do? We ended up spreading out the release of crossplay and its many systems over multiple releases and seasons, incrementally adding more functionality as we went along. Since there were many big changes coming in, we wanted to give more time to get them in and let them bake and stabilize, after which they could be tested at scale with the live population. We embraced this method of incrementally building and releasing crossplay. We scaled from a small 10-person internal playtest for making sure things weren't crashing to later a studio-wide playtest of about 500 people. Doing this at an increased scale allowed us to test all our tech changes across all the various platforms and all content. When it came to releasing in the live game, we used earlier seasons to introduce big tech pieces. We front-loaded the work to get big bone-breaking changes like the new networking changes in early. This allowed us to get these features checked into builds very early in the development cycle, so we had plenty of time to test and stabilize. Having these big changes out of the way early and stabilized helped us give us more confidence to tackle the other systems for crossplay. We also used an earlier season to introduce new UI and some of the systems being built for crossplay to start getting feedback and live testing. In the season ahead of our launch, we created an internal alpha for Bungie employees to start using crossplay. In the live retail game, employees were given access to additional features like the new roster UI, the Bungie friends list, and more. Employees were actually able to crossplay with the public for months ahead of the actual release. This helped us get out some initial experience bugs and fix them before we had players trying out crossplay. And it also gave the team a better sense of how crossplay would feel. Also, to really stress test our new networking and matchmaking tech, we conducted a limited live beta. We enabled it in a Strike playlist, and all players in the game were able to participate this and try out crossplay. The high amount of participation in this beta helped us test out and exercise these new code paths that we were creating. Between the internal alpha and public beta, we were able to gain more confidence in what we were building. Committing to earlier releases and landing the components necessary affirmed our timelines and helped us finish building crossplay strong. Also, as an added plus, this helped build some buzz and excitement around crossplay. And while we saw the internal alpha and public beta as net positives, it wasn't without some bloopers. It turns out having parts of crossplay available in your game earlier than the release made for some funny occasions where some players stumbled into crossplay earlier than intended. And so, but like the thing to realize is that when you're adding such large features to your live game, sometimes unexpected things happen. Overall, we saw these as funny occurrences that exposed some bugs, and these were just accidents that continue to get crossplay on the minds of players and build excitement. Using the live game to ship parts of crossplay early really helped us ensure a smooth launch. By front-loading the big bone-breaking changes during your development, you can introduce high-risk changes to your game earlier and give them time to stabilize. Having a scaled-down version available in earlier releases helps you build confidence in what you are building and offers an avenue for early feedback and improve the full release version. And lastly, giving internal employees early access to crossplay with real players is a useful mechanism. It enables you to test out these new systems in the live game that might not be publicly ready, without the risk of exposing your players to a lower quality experience. And with that, those were the 7 lessons that we learned from building crossplay. That was a lot that we covered because it was a very long journey for the team. So if you're looking to build your own cross-platform experience for your game, here's the key takeaways that I think are most valuable to you and your team. First, making crossplay can mean building many new systems and services, especially if you're relying on platform APIs or using your own engine that might not support cross-platform. Next, while many of these functionalities were hand-rolled internally, finding opportunities to use third-party solutions helps you scope down while executing on a tight timeline. Next, first-party requirements affect the design of the experience, and from the very start of your planning, you should be taking these into account. Cross-platform play with established behaviors cross-platform play in a game with established behaviors has very deep implications on how players interact both gameplay-wise and socially. And sometimes that means exposing players to potentially new toxic players and behaviors. That is a risk that you take on, and you need to ensure that you are properly protecting your players. It's good to front-load big bone-breaking changes to deep engine code so that you have plenty of time to bake and stabilize risky features. And if possible, using multiple release vehicles to gradually add more functionality to crossplay allows you to scale out testing with a live population and in general helps build confidence in your project coming together. And that's what we learned from building crossplay. Thank you for listening. Hopefully you were able to take some of these lessons and apply them to your game. As a note of thanks, this talk was only made possible because so many people worked so hard to make crossplay happen. Special thanks goes out to all the bungos out there who worked on crossplay and made such an amazing experience for players. Also, I'd like to thank Veronica Peshtirianu for being an amazing advisor, for guiding me through the talk process. And also thanks to Caitlin Yu, who helped shape a lot of the format and content of this talk. And lastly, thank you to the CAs and event support staff for making sure GDC runs smoothly. There's a couple more talks given by some other Bungie folks. If you're interested in attending, they're happening tomorrow. And also, we're hiring. If you're interested in working at Bungie, we have many openings across disciplines. Check out our careers page and follow us on Twitter at Bungie Careers. There's a QR code. And thank you again. I've been John Chu, and now for some Q&A.
Hi, John.
Hi.
First of all, great panel.
Hi.
Absolutely loved it. And
Thank you.
wanted to congratulate you all. My wife and I are returning players. The launch of Crossplay, I mean, incredibly successful. It's wonderful.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah, totally. I had a question for you. So, and also thank you, our logo Samurai was up there. Definitely appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
So I can understand that neurosymbolic AI to intervene and redirect users and
Yeah.
situations of toxicity was likely out of scope in this situation.
Mhm.
And you all were moving very quickly on this project.
Yeah.
What did you all end up going with in terms of a third-party solution to combat toxicity?
So what we ended up going with was unique to our game in our case, and so it's unique because based on business discussions and also some of the design considerations. In terms of filtering, as I mentioned before, we went with also a machine learning one, but was a little bit more directly applicable to the user-generated content. We can talk a little bit later in terms of like the actual vendor that we used, and because like part of it was like I wasn't part of those business discussions, but also we can just talk about that.
Yeah,
after.
no, all good.
Yeah.
Big fan. Thank you.
Thank you.
The third-party solution was sending SWAT to your house.
Yeah,
if,
but one second
you said
here.
frick.
Question from online chat.
That's my third-party
Was there any
solution
automated
to combat
testing to validate
toxicity.
cross-play features? If so, what did that look like?
So part of it was there was some automated testing in terms of some of the tools that we were using to help create like connection. Oh, so actually the question was there any automated testing? Sorry, I forgot to repeat the question. So the answer is there was some automated testing that we did in this case. There was some tools that were created to help create cross-platform friends and see your friends list, and also make sure you test that out. Also things like with cross-platform clans, and also automating the changing of Bungie names. A lot of that was automated to help test out a lot of those systems. So that's most of what we did for automation there.
Hi there. Hi, John. Thanks for the talk. It was really awesome. I was curious because I know it's a problem that I kind of run into previously, but with the naming convention in regards to how you had to make the Bungie username so that people were identified across platforms. Did you ever run into complications when someone decided to change their username, especially the initial one that was kind of taken into the Bungie name?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question was, did we run into any complications of changing names? And the short answer is yes. There was a lot of interesting complications with that. And that's where it became especially important to use that third-party content filtering solution to be able to ensure that we were properly filtering for the right names. And in the case that we ended up having to release the feature for Bungie name changes a little bit later from our release, so we had a couple months in between, and we actually just recently enabled that. Because we wanted to get the system right so that when players were changing their names, we were allowing for the right way to do that. So like we were properly filtering for them, that we had the right mechanisms to do that, to be able to track whether or not they could, and how we went about doing that. So there were complications, and yes, we relied on that.
Thank you.
Hi, John. Great talk. I had a question about your two player pools that you built for kind of your PC and your console players. Did you ever consider making those a little bit more dynamic for players that you identified as trustworthy or at the opposite, bad actors?
Yeah, so the question is, did we make any considerations about making the pools a little bit more dynamic to account for bad actors?
Or good actors.
Or good actors, yeah. So the way we built the matchmaking pool system was actually, we built it in a way that was robust enough to allow for arbitrary pool creation, so we can make those changes in the future. And while we limited it to, but based on platform that the player was on, we allow it so that any activity going forward, you can customize how those pools were made. So in those cases, like if in the future you have some activity in which it might give just PlayStation players an advantage somehow, or Xbox players an advantage in some way, we would be able to control for that in terms of how we split up the pools for that specific activity. We're taking it so we built it in a way to keep the door open for the future to be able to do that as well.
Cool, thank you.
Cool, so thank you very much for the talk, John. Quick question, was it worth it? Because it took about a year of effort, 50 engineers and assorted people, huge amount of third-party effort.
Yeah. I'd have to say, I think it's worth it, especially, the question was whether building this was worth it. So I would say yes. I think this was something that our players have been wanting for a very long time, and we see a lot of positive sentiment to it. I think from a business perspective, you're not seeing like direct compensation in terms of how much this adds to that, but like this just adds to the experience, because I was recently just talking to someone who said it felt like the game had tripled in population once this was enabled, and that is something really magical to be able to do with this in this experience. And especially within the industry, you're seeing a lot of like games and like a lot of platforms being able to have like those lines blurring. I think it's very important to be able to embrace that and allow for anyone to be able to play with each other.
Cool, thank you.
Firstly, great talk. Secondly, can you scroll back to the previous slide just with, there we go, you scrolled past that too fast. And now my question. So like, sorry, I mean, technical decisions influence design decisions and so on and so forth. So my question is like, has there been any instance in which now like crossplay going forward has influenced like say design of levels or gameplay systems? Like has it changed anything in a way, at least from a design and implementation standpoint?
So I can't speak directly to that because I'm not specifically a designer. The question is, how has like the release of crossplay and how we went about it like changed the way we design? But like one of the things that I know that we're doing is that we're trying to embrace the incremental building of certain features a lot more. Crossplay was probably one of the biggest things like outside of cross-save that we betaed in a live game at Bungie. And so for that, yes, it's trying to change the way that we're releasing it. I'm not part of conversations in terms of how directly it applies to design, but that's part of it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're out of time. If there's any more questions, I can hang out. Thank you.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think we'll take a little bit of, music. Like instead of a commercial break, it's music breaks in between talks. Just turn on the radio, listen to some tunes, and then get into the next topic. Seems all well and good, I would say. Or maybe we could, find a little quick 30-minute video. I don't know. I think one of these is short, probably. Hold on. So that was bringing players together, building crossplay for Destiny 2. This is straight 30 minutes. And that might take us into a break. Well, that will take us into a break because, it's break time, so. This is approaching a pedagogy of game writing. This is like how to teach game writing, I'm guessing. Let's see. Failed research. Oh, yeah, let's preview the chapters just to figure out. So first chapter. Can't we just say view all? Okay, first chapter is my background, then it's assumption, failed research questions, functional competencies, writing and storytelling, communication and collaboration, understanding systems and dynamics, tool proficiency, understanding players, and essential roles. So this is more of a lecture than a talk, it looks like. Yeah, whatever. Approaching a pedagogy of game writing. Let's start it. My dude. I didn't read whoever was doing it. Whatever, he's probably going to tell us anyway.
Hello. Thank you for checking out my talk. My name is Seth Hudson. I'm Associate Professor of Game Writing at George Mason University in our Computer Game Design program. And today I'm going to talk to you about
Why the hell would you go to college for that?
Pedagogy of game writing. So first off,
just do computer
my
science.
Background. I've been at Mason now in some capacity since 2010.
Games will be child
but
play
my
after
earliest experiences as an educator were in the English composition class.
Yeah, you'll be playing a lot of video games
as
in
a grad
college
student,
anyway.
Doing literature and playwriting. It was sort of part of the deal.
It's like an English major. That's
as time went on, I became more of a writer myself.
whatever
as
this
I was
is.
teaching writing. Eventually went into a PhD program in education to become a researcher.
We need 5.
Kind of odd that I've ended up now being a teaching, writing researcher with this project. Really the culmination of all of those different things coming together. But first of all, pedagogy. Some people say pedagogy. I, before every conference, every 6 to 12 months, I freak out and make sure I'm pronouncing this word correctly.
Yeah, he's calling me out
there's no
right
right
now.
way. Ironically, it's really just a fancy way to say teaching or instruction. And so please don't be scared off by that word, because we teach and
You should be
instruct in
scared
lots
off.
of
it's
different ways,
pedagogy.
both in the
And
classroom
I'm gonna beat you if you say
elsewhere.
anything differently.
So
I'm an old
assumptions.
school teacher. That's my
I'd
old
like to
school
get started
pedagogy.
with these.
Damn it, pedagogy.
You're
I
going to
did
meet me now for, 27 more minutes. But to let you know where I'm coming from, some of these things might seem simple, but basically, instructors are vital in developing effective pedagogy. Effective pedagogy relies on more than just personal expertise. And then finally, effective, well-established practices from other disciplines. And in many, many cases, they've been around longer than computer game design as a field of study in higher ed, that we can and should lean on those. But so, assumption one, instructors at the center. So this might seem, it's definitely self-serving. You're looking at me talk while there's a picture of me in my stereotypical corduroy blazer up there on the screen. But this is important to keep in mind. As the people serving the students, the people in the classroom, the people developing the coursework, designing the curriculum, it really is important that we don't lose sight of the value of the instructor and the buy-in. Rather than constantly chasing trends in the industry or one of my least favorite things, developing courses or even whole programs that are essentially just there to market to get more students in the door. Really remembering that as educators with lots of experience, we already have a wealth of knowledge. And as the people implementing this curriculum, we can't forget that.
I will say that maybe this is useful as, more shit games come out. You might need someone to actually teach you what's good. Or you could just, I'm not explicitly, what is it called? Advocating for emulation, but, old games are better.
Assumption two, effective pedagogy evolves. After a while, you may find yourself teaching the same class over and over again. For me, that's been Game 332, Story Design for Computer Games, RS. I've taught the course since 2010. Didn't really know what to do when I started, changed it up every semester, still do, right? But when we evolve, we allow ourselves to, A, keep it fresh. We're people too, we're not teaching robots. But B, to actually, not just be pie in the sky. Like if I could teach them everything I wanted to and had access and all the time, that would be terrific. But we have to be practical and we have to evolve and make choices and edit what we do. Assumption three, effective instructors should engage established disciplines. And again, I don't know if it wasn't obvious to me. It took a while. I was chasing this new thing, right? Games are this frontier in storytelling. The stuff I did decades ago in graduate school was just boring. It was stuff I had to do. After a while, I saw the relevance and I realized today to really think about what got you, if you are an educator, what got you to higher ed in the first place. Maybe your background is in traditional art. Maybe it's in programming. Maybe it's in something completely different. What was it that helped you learn? And there's a chance there's more to that than you realize at first. But so arriving at a topic, I was told that it's completely natural to take a sip of water.
Okay.
So at first, I was overly ambitious, as many researchers. I wanted this 20,000-foot view of computer game design, this novel field of study. So I tried and failed many times, and I want to give you a little bit of a rundown. This was my in memoriam list. So the first research project I wanted to do.
That's
when
what this channel name means.
Went through all the steps through IRB, had to recruit people, sit them down. I was interested in literature. I was sure that the classics and the contemporary fiction and drama, that there was something there that game design students, regardless of their specialty, that they needed to know. It was great. I got to have some really cool conversations with people that I recorded and spent hours transcribing. Nothing really came out of that, nothing useful. So the next step was to try and get a cross section to find out what we should really be teaching students. And when I say that, the belief that the technology is always changing, right? And it's hard to keep up with. But what are those core, those higher order thinking skills? And what does that mean in context? And so went around, recruited, actually got travel money to go to some conferences. Lots of opinions, none of them very useful for students. And so then finally, it's sort of as a result, I ended up, wanting to find out, well, what do the folks in the industry think we teach students? I was concerned about the value of a computer game design degree. And so, sought that out, just sort of off the tops of your heads. And again, that was really just frustrating. So, took a step back, big breath, kind of like that drink of water that was so natural. I wanted to define my purpose. Why do I want to do this? Why do I care? It really was a concern for the students. The idea that students, at least our students in the US, incur all kinds of debt and hardship that comes as a result of taking on a college education. And I feel a solemn responsibility, as I think, or at least hope most of you do, to make sure there's value there, right? That it's not just a piece of paper at the end if they jump through all the hoops. So with that purpose,
and you don't get to decide
and kind of
that.
thinking
The
back
market decides.
on what
That's
do
the
I
lesson.
know?
That's the trap.
Well, I know writing, and I know writing research. So I took a step back, and how can I use those tools that people in the field of writing studies, how can I use those to get a better understanding of game writing? And for me, in particular, that's the one thing I teach at that time. I teach other things now. But so how can I learn about that and do that better? So looking at the literature was great. And that gave me a framework. And the literature didn't come from the game design standpoint. The literature actually came from things like rhetorical genre studies and activity theory, and just, things from education, things that don't talk about game design at all, except that they actually are talking about game design. They just don't realize it. And so I took that and decided to engage practitioners. Again, rather than get a full swath in this giant sample size, I'm going to try and find writers, and just game writers. So went through your basic steps that you do, learned about their experiences. It was kind of that simple at first. So what I came up with were these areas of competence. So what are areas of competence? So basically, this just all centers around, I'll sum it up. Writing instruction should focus on what we want students to do, not what we want them to know. A lot of times, if you're an old hand at higher ed, you know about writing your student learning outcomes. We know about using verbs that are active and the Bloom's taxonomy, but really just that simple. We have the luxury, really, in the writing classroom to be creating the stuff. It's not like there aren't many things that are completely out of the scope, out of the realm of
doesn't have it spelled
possibility.
on the slide. Okay.
But so these
Just
functional
kidding, I said
competencies,
balloons.
which I just like
Everyone
that name
learns with
better. I call them
balloons.
fun comps. It was an interesting discovery because I was hoping in sort of that
All right,
traditional
let's hope we don't get fucking skewered.
qualitative research standpoint. I did interviews, I recorded them, I transcribed them, I used NVivo, the software for coding at different points, and I really was looking for keywords and phrases. Other than writing skills, which ironically few people defined, even as I teased them out in interviews, it really came down to these broad areas. And just PS, one side note, relying on the sort of clip art icons here from PowerPoint, I love how understanding players gave us a shopping cart. immediately we're jumping to like marketing. Anyway, so why these fun
That is pretty funny. I like this guy.
They were malleable.
And we have one talks queued up about
as a result accurate
player spending
because the game writers in my study
free-to-play games, I believe,
didn't really have a typical day, and I didn't think that they would, right? And few of us do in our jobs. If we're going to be quite honest about it, we might be a little precious. But so having these larger categories, yes, they were just the result of how do I, get something out of all this, but it really confirmed there's really no one thing like game writing, because game writing has to shift and be agile. And then I also realized, and as I see my typo, but I'm just going to live with that, it allows an instructor freedom and effectiveness. Again, relying on your experience as an instructor and understanding that, meeting for 15 weeks for 150 minutes a week comes out to less than 40 hours, which I love. It's like, ironically, I think an hour or an hour and a half short of being a full work week. That's all the time you get in the classroom. But it lets anyone that might have a different, slightly different background, a slightly different expertise, it allows them to know that they're still serving the students in something relevant to game writing and to narrative design, but doing it in an effective way with what they know how to teach, rather than just prescribing something. I also like it because it allows us to assess meaningfully. I think it's a time for us as educators to take more seriously how we demonstrate our effectiveness. We spend a lot of time getting excited about our own work and theorizing what we should teach these students because we're passionate about it. Many of us take the next step to how do we go about teaching that? That third step of how do we know it worked? A lot of us don't get to. And so keeping assessment in mind when you're designing these things is very helpful. So now I'm going to touch on. I'm going to touch on these functional competencies, these areas of competence. And the first one, maybe a little obvious, writing and storytelling. But this is a myth that you have to dispel many times in games, right? And particularly with our students. Writing is about more than just having ideas, right? The ins and outs of taking something and understanding that writing is a process and many drafts and feedback, workshops, all of those things.
Not for me, I do it all in one take perfect, baby.
It doesn't come natural at first. Many students, will view it as, here's the prompt, what am I going to get graded on? They submit it and they hope for a grade. And if it's good, they're magically a good writer. Seizing the opportunities to practice elsewhere, not everything has to be its own special class. And so if I have a student that is really passionate about writing, and they've taken all the things that we offer in our department, and part of that has to do with space and, our workforce, whatever. Well, guess what? We have an excellent film program. We have an excellent drama program that has playwriting. We have an English department that has fiction, even nonfiction, poetry, all of these things, but identifying places where students can get what they need, knowing that, it's not exactly, implementing writing into a game, but they're still building those skills. Lastly, enforcing standards, and this is, this rubs people the wrong way, but at least in our curriculum, there's lots of writing. People write pitch documents, game design docs, or it might just be an analysis or review of a game or something like that. If we don't have rigor, and we end up rewarding that what I'll call bad behavior, right? Mind you, I understand that grammar and mechanics is a construct, and that's a very complicated thing for another day. But we might teach students unwittingly that, just throwing down an idea is good enough. And then writing becomes subjective. And we really know, well, it's not. We want to be our own best critics. But I digress. Into another drink. Communication and collaboration, not just buzzwords. doing this with our students really comes through reflection. The idea of, why do some people groan when you say, hey, we're going to break up into groups for this one? What experiences are good, which are bad? How can you describe these things? But if we get them in that reflective mindset, it deepens the learning. There's research to back that up, just in general. But it deepens those experiences, even though they're like little microcosms of these college classes, and it's a safe environment. It gives them those tools to be able to kind of roll with those punches later. Collaborative writing is vastly different than some of those traditional media that we just discussed that we could possibly lean on. Providing models, again, that is very important. This is where something like activity theory for me came in, to sort of use that to present things to students to kind of visualize how all these different pieces interact. But when it's just a buzzword, it's just one of those successory posters with the picture of a bald eagle or something, it's wasted, right? When we get to the core, it comes down to emotional intelligence, right? Intellectual empathy, or just plain old empathy, which is something good to teach our students anyway. Getting them to really try and understand other folks and where they're coming from. And so, yes, kumbaya, that's great. More peaceful, verdant society. But writers need to be able to do that anyway, to understand characters and to inhabit situations and think about motivations. And so if we can take communication and collaboration from more than just teamwork and make it into something a little more meaningful that has to do with people, it's going to be more useful. Systems and dynamics. When writing, many folks have that idea in their head, and one day I'm sure I'm going to get there, where I'm going to have like a big old puffy sweater. I'm going to be sitting on a lake someplace in New Hampshire, writing my masterpiece all alone, nothing else happening. It's not really going to work that way. Having our writing students understand where systems and dynamics come into play, and this gets a little tough, right? There might be a belief that we want to break free of these, the hierarchy, the power structures within game development, at least at the AAA level. And that's great, right? I would argue the first step there is understanding how those work, rather than just, I couldn't possibly engage in that, I'm going to be an indie. But really try and isolate where individuals exist to know where we can exist. But two, to appreciate then that it's not just you in that system. There are many different yous, a flock of sheep, I guess, unintentionally. But looking, activities and things that allow students a chance to realize that sometimes they may be using their skills to generate new content. Sometimes they may just be, writing, PR or box copy or something like that. But understanding that system of all the things and how they relate, and it's easier said than done, but that's an absolute key. Tool proficiency, this is the last one, and I'll say the understanding dynamics and systems. Both of these really, I think, tie more closely to folks that aren't as directly engaged in game development. Many students that aren't necessarily game design students. They do something else. They're writers. They just love games. But this idea that we're not looking for students to master a particular software, right? That what they need to do to be successful is to be flexible. To be able to pick something up rather quickly. So if we can instill that willingness to self-teach, that is so valuable, right? How do we assess that? I don't know. But part of it is making students deal with lack of I guess a lack of comfort. There's not always a right way. There's usually good and bad. And so, having them do work that they embrace is original. And yes, you're using this particular tool, but we don't want you to just fill in a form and find a template and do that exact same thing. We want you to play around with it. We want you to be a tinkerer. And just personally, as an instructor, it's a real pleasure sometimes, right? To see what students come up with. Other places to work on this besides just the game design or game writing class, anything where you have to learn a tool or you have to learn how to do your recording for your big conference. But thinking of the statistics program, SPSS, or the coding software that I used, and Vivo, those were not intuitive at all. But you have to figure it out to move forward. Finally, understanding play and understanding players. There's an assumption, I didn't put it on the list at the beginning, but a student is interested in pursuing game writing because they themselves are interested in games. Likely at some point they enjoyed a game, they were passionate about one. A lot of times they don't know why. Or in some cases, they'll have very strong reactions to something they don't like. I always point out that someone does. Right? That's popular for a reason. It might not be a good reason, but really trying to understand what makes different kinds of players tick. And I don't even, I misspoke. I don't even like kinds of players. Just why does anyone like particular stuff? It really starts with understanding via accessing prior knowledge. Why do you play what you play? Why do you like it? We have to be able to do that if we want to try and emulate, isolate those different techniques, those different qualities, and make them our own in some way. Sort of just going from being a consumer to, maybe like a connoisseur in the middle, to eventually a creator. So to kind of sum it up, that was a lot about those 5 areas. The writing and storytelling, anything you can give students where they practice craft. Where they have to write, things in a short amount of time, or they have to go through multiple drafts and really appreciate that process. Communication and collaboration for game writers, anything that complicates authorship, right? Students that work on a piece that they didn't start and they're not going to finish, right? Or, switching up teams and roles, something like that in the middle. Having them reflect on that process. Was that hard? Sure. Why was it hard? What can that tell you about yourself and your process? Understanding systems and dynamics, genre knowledge. And when I say genre there, I mean very specifically rhetorical genre, concept from composition and writing studies that I rely heavily on. Tool proficiency, any writing they do outside of word processing is important. And remember, not every text is alphabetical. That's a different talk for a different day. And then understanding play. I don't need to talk about game studies to this crowd. So valuable, right? Really breaking things down to their essence, looking at the culture that surrounds games. There's a wealth of knowledge out there. These are all things that the game writer needs. They must have. Okay. Essential roles. This is the sort of the next piece that allows me to tie these things together. But we're looking at the wordsmith, sense maker, and advocate. These are the different roles at different times where these beautiful, our 5 areas of competence, our fun comps. These are the ways that those are all deployed. This can be very useful when we're not just thinking about courses in game writing, but when we're thinking about the larger curriculum. But so tying it all together, or at least attempting to, looking at these functional competencies, but then, what different coursework or, sequence of courses or even workshops and things. Not everything has to be a course. But what can we do to allow students a way to practice and refine those different functional competencies as these different things, as that sense maker who's trying to make something fit that doesn't really fit, or that wordsmith that just has to crank out, 20 pages of barks for "arg, he shot me," or that advocate, the person who has to make decisions and has to really help incorporate the knowledge and understanding of their team and their project in order to know what ideas need to be, and I hate, the fighting for, right, choosing your battles. I hate that. I'll say choosing your meals. You don't want to fill up, right? Sometimes you want to wait until the next day because tacos are on the menu. I'll have to play around with that one a little bit, but you can fill in these particulars.
This guy isn't a game designer. He doesn't want to fight.
On game writing specifically. I engaged game writers in the industry, but ended up, I came up with this framework. So that allows me, it allows you to, really, rather than try and nail down specific things, and we end up with these 5 courses students have to take, and maybe we realize that, well, they can't actually take them because of their schedules, or maybe they're a transfer student and they're going to have to add time to their degree. If we can be flexible and we can see where these different things can happen, that's really going to help. I'll say too, just to touch on this rigor thing, we should assess student learning. We can fall in love with our own ideas. We can rely on our charisma in the classroom, our students just being in awe that they get to be in college studying something like game design or writing stories for games. We have to keep in mind that at the end of the day, we need to be able to assess, are they learning what we hope they're learning? We kind of have to get over ourselves a little bit in order to do that. And so when we don't have that rigor for ourselves and our students, we get in trouble. So one more note, I came up with wordsmith, that idea, someone that might have to do anything with words at any time. But then, thinking about within curriculum development, and these are older numbers from the HEBGA survey back in 2015. And I imagine this is still the case. We don't have a lot of uniformity across our various programs, and that's okay, right? But if we take that Smith thing and we take out word, right? I start to feel like this framework can apply to lots of different things. That if we can consider our courses and our curricula, this idea of these different roles that can rotate, and we're kind of doing our individual little skills, our smithing to different degrees, that can really help us. So why just approaching pedagogy? Well, my assumptions. I believe we must continue to evolve. By leveraging past experiences, engaging other disciplines, and holding ourselves accountable, we can continue to improve instruction. And as a result, we'll sophisticate the field of study and ultimately the medium. Ooh, that was my time. This was fun. So thank you. My name is Seth Hudson. Please send me an email if you'd like to know more about some of the things that I only sort of talked about but didn't. And have a great day.
All right, so what I got from that, what I guess would relay to everyone would be just the core principle that a writing class should teach you, any just regular writing class should teach you, which is consider your audience. Same goes for speech writing, like any type of writing, just think about who you're talking to. Don't primarily think about what you want to say even, but think about who you're saying it to first and foremost. And then, model what you're going to say around that. That's just basic principle of speech, or basic principle of anything. Just consider your audience. Pretty simple, and that's, I think that's kind of universal. It goes to the 7 habits, for highly successful people by what was it, Stephen Covey? But it's to seek first to understand and then be understood. Right? That's really a big principle that will, if you haven't integrated it into your life, do it. It helps. Just listen first, and then speak. Anyways, that's that. We're going to first drop off the Safeway. There you go. And then we're gonna take a break. I've gotta make dinner and then eat it. It's gonna be a bit of a longer break. I could put on like an hour talk that's about, I don't know, some stupid bullshit, but no, let's just go with the typical lo-fi stuff. Let's just go with that typical chillax waiting music. Hold on, where are we? We'll start with this, right? And then don't tell me I closed out of it. Yeah, I did close out of it. I guess you can have this ambient thunderstorm sound. Why not? Just we'll just have this, no music, just ambient thunderstorm. Make it a little bit louder to compensate for the fact that there's no music playing with it. Okay, it's break time. All right, dinner was successful. And I've been thinking about. I had a thought while I was eating about a lore appropriate way to open the map, because we're going to need to find an airplane once we're done turning this into a proper airport. And I thought, why not? Like, say that he found an air map, a map inside the air depot, air place, air house, whatever, and like he can only open it at the table or something while he's sitting down to read the map and planning his journey across the island. And I think that works out. But anyhow, enough of that. I think we can launch into our next talk almost immediately. Wait, making games that stand out and survive with a picture of Slime Rancher. I'm thinking we've played Slime Rancher recently. That might be an interesting talk with Monomi Park. I mean, I don't think freaking game designers are stopping by the Ludilogy stream. It's on theme for the channel, of course. But let's see the chapters right here. There's a lot of chapters. Review them all. Charade game facts. Yeah, I would expect this from these people. What is staying relevant? Keeping the pulse. Leading the sales, and then they talk about Slime Rancher 47 minutes in. Well, maybe we'll do that for a later talk. Right now, though, I want to get into the things that I kind of pre-selected for the stream. This one is research on visual fatigue when playing games. Let's see, what's that? So people who's, your physical eyesight, so. I think this might be an interesting topic. It sounded interesting from the title, so let's get into it. Oh yeah, it's another one of NetEase games. This time Yuling Su and Zhuang, nicknamed Jade, I guess, Jade Wang. I prefer Diamond Wang myself. So let's see if they can. Well, let's see if they communicate better than that first talk about hair, or at least it should be more interesting, even if they do have a bit of problems with English. Anyhow.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Su Yulin. I'm a user experience researcher from NetEase Games. It's a pity we could not present in person due to the threat of the COVID. We both recognize the importance of health in daily life. Playing games is no exception, and our talk concerns on players' health too. It's my pleasure to introduce our research on visual fatigue when playing games. So here is the outline of this talk. First, I will briefly introduce some background on visual fatigue induced by viewing screens. And in part 2, I will talk about 2 experiments we conducted to investigate visual fatigue, specifically when playing video games. And finally, part 3, I will explain the common causes of eye strain and give some suggestions for game designers on how to avoid them.
Scum doesn't strain my eyes.
Let's start with part 1.
That's a plus.
As we know, looking
right
at
away.
digital screens for long periods can cause a series of symptoms, such as eye strain, headaches, blurry vision, dry eyes, and so on. This is also known as computer vision syndrome. With the
fucking
growing
syndrome for
popularity of
everything.
handheld and head-mounted VR devices, visual fatigue is now a very real threat to the health and gaming experience of our players. Many reports and literatures have also concluded that screen usage might lead to eye strain, especially for long durations. We also hear about players complaining of eye discomfort after play sessions. They wonder why some games lead to severe eye strain, but not the other games. They also try every way to relieve such discomfort. Since user research aims to provide better experience for users, the health of our users' eyes is an important concern for us. We want to know how game playing leads to visual fatigue and how to relieve it. So now we will show two studies we conducted to investigate eye strain for mobile games. In study 1, our aim was to set up an assessment tool. We wanted to find an objective and easy to implement indicator, and we hope which is comparable across different scenes. So by reviewing literatures, we found several different methods, including the first one is self-reporting, which is easy conducted and comparable between different scenes, but it is obviously a very subjective method. And we also found the second one, the optometric measurements, which is absolutely objective, but it is very difficult to conduct. And okay, the third one, psychophysiological methods, which fully meets our requirements. So by using psychophysiological indicators, we measure one's physical states, such as heart rate, eye movement, skin conductance, and so on. Then we use these indicators to infer about their mental states. In this study, we chose two indicators relating to visual sensitivity to infer eye strain.
Blew up. Okay.
So here is the first indicator we use in this study. That is CFF, or critical flicker frequency. It is one of the indicators we use when measuring for eye strain. Here we show is the device we use to measure CFF. An LED light is mounted inside this device. Subjects watch through the eyepieces and they can adjust the frequency of the LED. Now let's watch an animation. Please beware of flashing patterns ahead.
Don't worry, I'm not watching it anyway.
Now let's watch this animation. As we can see, the LED flashes at the beginning. As subjects increase the frequency, they begin to perceive the flashing LED as continuous. When subjects feel the light is continuous, we then record the frequency. This frequency is the so-called CFF, or the critical flicker frequency. Let's watch the animation again. Now at the beginning, it is flashing. It's flashing.
Well,
and
will
it's
this mean
still
that high
flashing
refresh
now.
rate monitors
So a
are
bit
better for your
stable,
eyesight?
but still I can feel the flashing. Okay, no flashes anymore. Then in this case, CFF is at 30 Hertz. That means when the flashes increase, the frequency of the flash increase to 30 Hertz, we can no longer feel the LED is flashing. It's perceived as continuous to us. So we may wonder, how does CFF work as an indicator of visual fatigue? Let's look at an example. For playing games, I have a higher temporal sensitivity, which means I am very good at discriminating the tiny flashing patterns. So it needs a frequency as high as 40 Hertz to make me perceive a steady and no flashing light. Any frequency lower than this threshold will be perceived as flashing for me. Then after I play games for 2 hours, and I'm really tired, my sensitivity decreases, which means I can no longer discriminate the flashing precisely. At this time, a lower frequency at 35 Hz is enough for me to perceive as continuous. This means by comparing the CFF before and after play sessions, we can infer the severity of visual fatigue. If CFF decreases dramatically, we might infer that the eyes must be tired. In contrast, if no such changes before and after playing games, eye strain may not happen. Another psychophysiological indicator we use is contrast sensitivity, which is the ability to distinguish between an object and the background. A traditional method to measure contrast sensitivity is using a chart, where the characters gradually fade from black to gray, as we can see in this graph. For example, when I am not tired, I can distinguish the slightly darker letter V from the background. However, when I am tired, I can no longer see the letter V, but can only see the much darker, or another saying, a higher contrast, letter H. So we can also infer the severity of visual fatigue or eye strain from the threshold changes of contrast sensitivity. Besides psychophysiological methods, we also ask subjects to self-report on a scale of 1 to 5 points to measure various symptoms of visual fatigue and to check whether the CFF and contrast sensitivity indicators are valid or not. In summary, we had 3 indicators of eye strain in this study. The first one is CFF, which measures temporal sensitivity. CFF decreases when one is tired. The second one is contrast sensitivity. When one gets tired, he or she can only discriminate a letter with higher contrast. That is, the threshold would be increased. The third one is self-report. It is straightforward. Now we move to the experiment. The procedure was quite simple. First, we asked players to play games or watching videos for 20 minutes. Before and after the screen exposure, we measured their CFF, their contrast sensitivity, and also asked them to fill the self-report questionnaire. And at last, by comparing the pre-test and post-test results, we can figure out to what extent players feel tired. Here are the results. First, the gray bar shows the CFF or the critical flicker frequency before viewing screen. Remember that CFF decreasing indicates players might have a lower sensitivity, and we can infer that they may suffer eye strain. Let's come to the results. As we can see, after 20 minutes of screen exposure, CFF decreased more or less. But we also noticed that playing games did not induce more severe visual fatigue than simply watching videos. We
That's
also found
expected.
that FPS and racing game players suffer much than players of other game genres. We also found moderate correlations between CFF, contrast sensitivity, and self-report, which suggests that CFF and CS threshold are effective indicators of visual fatigue. So these are the insights of Study 1. At the beginning of this study, we aim to find out quantitative and valid indicators of eye strain. Through our psychophysiological methods, we found that CFF, or critical flicker frequency, and contrast sensitivity They seem to be effective indicators of tiredness. They can be useful for helping game designers determine whether in-game elements could lead to visual fatigue. For example, players may complain that looting indoors induces discomfort when playing battle royale games. It is possible that the brightness of indoor lighting matters, so we can compare between a bright and a dimly lit house throughout A/B testing. We can combine psychophysiological and self-report data to find out which condition will lead to eye strain. For example, the indicators shown here suggested that looting in the dim lighted room, that is, the lower scene, might easily lead to visual fatigue. Once we identify this risk factor, we can try to eliminate the impact of such factors. For example, we can reduce the amount of such rooms to avoid players cause too much time in such rooms. Or we can adjust the brightness and give a better transition between darkness and brightness to provide better experience to the players and reduce the discomfort of visual fatigue or eye strain. So in study 1, we found effective indicators. These indicators, including psychophysiological indexes, which are objective and sensitive. And self-report is very useful too. And we also found that FPS and racing game players suffer the most. In study 2, we wanted to further understand the underlying mechanism and hope to shed light on how to relieve the tiredness. So we chose FPS and racing mobile games to further study visual fatigue. And we also brought in optometric measurements in this study. By reviewing literature, we borrowed 3 optometric indicators. First one, when during the player playing games, one may focus on the screen and they blink much less than usual. This might lead to eye dryness. So we use the indicator tear breakup time, or TBUT, to assess for dry eyes. TBUT shortening implies that eye dryness and discomfort might occur after or during the playing session. Second and the third indicators were related to accommodation ability of the eyes. As we can see, when focusing on distant objects, ciliary muscles relaxed and the lens were flattened. In contrast, when focusing on near point, ciliary muscle contracted and the lens were thickened. It might lead to ciliary muscle tired after a long duration when focusing on near points. So we use 2 indicators. The first is anterior chamber depth, or ACD, and the second, accommodation power, or AP, to assess these symptoms. Change of these indicators implies that ciliary muscles are tired and might lead to blurry vision. In summary, we had 3 optometric measurements in this study. The first one is tear breakup time, which is a clinical assessment of eye dryness. The second one is anterior chamber depth. When the eyes focus on near point for a long duration, anterior chamber depth, or ACD, might temporarily shorten, suggesting that the ciliary muscle get tired and need rest. The third one is accommodation power. It is also related to focus adjusting. When one gets tired, the accommodation power will be impacted and the image cannot project to retina precisely and hence leading to blurry vision. By using these optometric measurements, we can further understand the mechanism of visual fatigue when playing games. The procedure for this study was very similar to study 1. It involves pre-game testing and 1-hour gameplay session and post-game testing. Here shows the results of CFF and contrast sensitivity. As expected, CFF and contrast sensitivity were impacted after each play session. Notice that the decrease of CFF and increase of contrast sensitivity both means eyes get much tired after playing. But we found no differences between playing FPS and racing games. The optometric measurements show some interesting results. On one hand, tear breakup time decreased after playing both games, which was similar to results from previous studies. This result implies that dry eyes and discomfort could occur after 1-hour exposure to the screens. On the other hand, anterior chamber depth, or ACD, and accommodation power, or AP, were impacted only in FPS games,
I gotta
but not
see
in
what the hell
racing
he's
games.
calling ACT.
As we can see
Oh,
here,
ACD.
anterior chamber depth, or the ACD, it
Anterior,
decreased.
I think it's anterior
suggests that
chamber.
after
Chamber.
playing FPS games,
Something with a
ciliary
D.
muscle gets tired temporarily. And the time cost of accommodation increased.
Maybe anterior chamber
indicating
depth.
that accommodation power was also impacted. Eyes needed a longer time for complete accommodation after playing FPS games. That is, our eyes' refractive and focusing powers are strongly affected by playing FPS games. It might be because of in which or in the FPS games it involves more camera turning motions. The results of study 2 suggest that the effect of visual fatigue differs across different game genres. First, tear breakup time might indicate the result of exposure to digital screen, and it was a general effect. ACD and AP were specific to FPS games. This may be due to this genre demanding more rapid eye movements and frequently shifts in focus distance. So the ciliary muscle might get much tired after FPS gaming, and hence leading to the decrease of ACD and impacted AP, or the accommodation power, which is just a fancy way of saying that the eye's ability to adjust focus may be temporarily affected after playing FPS or shooting games. In study 2, we use optometric measurements to further shed light on the mechanism underlying visual fatigue. FPS games may be different from other game genres. It requires lots of eye movement, focus shift, tiny discrimination. It is much higher visual demanding comparing to other game genres. So playing shooting games for a long duration might lead to temporary impairments to visual function. On the other hand, the results of tear breakup time also suggested that exposure to screens for a long time will also induce eye dryness, even though not playing shooting games. Okay, then at last, we came to some conclusions from our own studies. And combined with review of other literatures, we have summarized the common causes of visual fatigue. This is information that designers can use to build better games for our eyes. So the number one cause of visual fatigue is high brightness. Here, we use life after a survival mobile game as an example. During alpha test, players often complain that they feel eye strain when it rains in the game. By analyzing the graphic and comparing with other games, we found that this was caused by raindrops that were too dense and too bright. So in the official launch version, we cut down the density and the brightness of raindrops to improve users' experience. And we also received good feedbacks on this iteration from our players. And the second common cause of visual fatigue is low contrast. Obviously, in a very low contrast condition, it will make it very difficult to see and find useful information in the scene. For example, the same plant is much easier to identify and to tell the details in the right picture than in the left, which with lower contrast in the left. We can imagine that with too low contrast, players will squint and have a harder time playing the game, and which would lead to faster visual fatigue. And another factor is about FOV and camera sensitivity. It is another common cause of visual fatigue, especially in shooting games. This clip shows how a narrow FOV plus high camera sensitivity can make players dizzy. Now let's watch this animation. First, FOV with 90 degrees, it seems still acceptable for us, right? Then with 140 degree FOV, it gets much better and much smoother.
Scientifically proven, high FOVs are better.
Only 30 degrees of FOV, it looks very dizzy.
Didn't need to
for
study
the
that,
players.
but there you
So
go.
of course, we do not say that never use narrow FOV in your games, but it should be very careful to use such settings. As we have seen, a narrow FOV with high camera sensitivity will lead to eye strain quickly. A compatible camera sensitivity with FOV would provide better experience for players. And another factor relating to camera is steadiness. Let's take racing games, for example. As we can see from the clip, the car position is not always keep the same during players playing the game. Let's watch it again. As we can see, when the car slows down, the car position is more closer to the players, and when the car accelerates, the car was far away from the players. The relationship between car position and speed is shown here. When the car brakes, the car gets closer to the players, and when it accelerates, the car moves away. This position changing is a frequently used trick to provide a stronger speed sensation to players. And most of the situations, this trick we use will not induce visual fatigue or visual discomfort to the players. But in some other games, or in the extreme conditions, the car position changes too obviously and too suddenly, and this will make players feeling that the car is something like jumping and the camera is not steady, and the camera they feel is very shaky, and this will lead to visual discomfort. So what can we do to avoid or relieve visual fatigue when we're developing our game? Our first suggestion is conducting A/B testing that use effective indicators of visual fatigue. When designing new maps, adding new elements, or making any changes to your game, you can use A/B testing to identify elements that might cause visual fatigue and try to reduce its impact. As I explained earlier, CFF and contrast sensitivity and self-report are very project-friendly indicators of eye strain, especially contrast sensitivity. All you need is a contrast chart or a computer to conduct the test. By combining various methods, we can find out the risk factors and try to eliminate them. The second suggestion is providing options for players to set their preference. By customizing display options such as brightness, FOV, camera sensitivity, players are more likely to find parameters suited to themselves. We also can provide better experience by reminders and game setting during play sessions. First, a so-called 20-20-20 rule is recommended by eye doctors to prevent eye strain. Basically, they suggest that every 20 minutes spent using a screen, one should try to look away at something that is 20 feet away for a total of 20 seconds. Return to game design, we can recommend
Never
a
gonna
rest
remember
stop
that.
when players
Just gonna
have
continue
been
looking at the
playing
screen for
long
8
duration,
hours.
especially for kids and youth players. Also, we can utilize adaptive brightness features on phones or other devices to adjust the screen brightness according to the game content and environment lighting. This will make a better experience of the eyes. So in summary, we talk about CFF and contrast sensitivity are very effective psychophysiological indicators of visual fatigue. They are objective, easy to conduct, and comparable. Using these indexes in A/B tests can help us identify risk factors of visual fatigue. We also talk about some common causes leading to tiredness, such as brightness, contrast, unmatched FOV, and unsteady camera. And last, we can also do something when players playing games. In-game settings, such as reminding automatic brightness, can relieve eye strain. Finally, credits. The work I show today was done in collaboration with Jay Wang, my colleague at NetAce Games. And we want to give sincere thanks to Professor Wang Yosheng, who from Guangdong Optometric Association, who provided optometric measurement and data analysis for the second study. That is all of my talk. You can follow us on social media. And thanks for coming and enjoy the rest of GDC. Thank you very much.
I feel like since there's not enough.
That was super interesting and informative.
Oh wait, there is an audience. Okay, but they
it's interesting
just didn't
because
clap.
you're looking
Okay.
at the phenomenon in terms of discomfort. That's your ultimate sort of variable you're trying to predict. But the first thing that I thought of was a lot of times in game design, you try to get people to notice things. So for instance, you want them to notice that there's a button they should press, or they should notice a state change in a HUD element. And so if you think about tiredness, not just as an end result, but also as like cognitive load could be tiredness. The more tired you make the player using the variables related to eye fatigue, they actually make it harder for you to be good at the game because it's harder for you to notice the things that you need to notice. And so it's interesting that while you're measuring for fatigue, there's gameplay implications as well, and that's why sound and other modalities can be effective. But I've always struggled to find a way to describe to people why adding more blinking lights and things like that are going to help with noticing things. And so I found your research fascinating because you actually gave me sort of some scientific underpinnings to display it. So I guess my question is, have you also thought about taking your research to how do we make people better at learning and playing and mastering these games through the sort of principles that you're teaching, as opposed to, or in addition to making their eyes less tired at the end of the experience?
In my understanding, we when in the game settings, we could, as I mentioned at the last session of my talk, we think it is a good idea to introduce some eye healthness knowledge to the players and tell them, for example, maybe every 20 minutes or every 30 minutes playing games, we can recommend a rest to the players, and also we can use we can monitor the time the players using per day, or monitor the lighting environments of the players to provide a better experience to the players. And also, we think it is some politician and effect or guidance to the players, especially for the kids and the youth players, to reduce the usage of the screens. And we also found that from the not only in our study but also in the other literatures, a very long duration exposure to the screen is not so helpful to the players, no matter how old the players are. So I think it is both responsibility for the game designers and the politicians or the government. Yeah. I hope I can answer your question.
Or maybe that was just like the conference host that asked that. There wasn't actually an audience. Well, there was an audience watching the video, but you know what I mean. The hell? Oh. Ah, shit, I forgot I had a big thingy in here. Yes, I constantly forget how big the thingies I carry are. This leads to a lot of unfortunate situations. Anyways, Okay, keep rolling, keep rolling. Let's see, we have 3 hours, or no, 4 hours. Hold on, yeah, 3 hours, actually. 3 hours and some change. Yeah, and I've got a lot of conferences queued up. I think we can keep going. Oh, I didn't want to do that one. Some of these are just for my independent review. Let's say great level design is a studio-wide effort. How about that? Why not? I would. Anyways, let's see. So this is Arcane Studios. That's... Yeah, I was thinking of playing through 2 Dishonored, because I got Dishonored 2, decided I haven't freaking touched it. The first one was enjoyable, but anyways, great level design is a studio-wide effort. We're hear about it from Dishonored guys, and whatever. What do they do? Deathloop, some other stuff. Arcane Studios.
Hello, and welcome to my talk. Great level design is a studio-wide effort. My name is Dana Nightingale. I was born in the US and in the United States, and very shortly after that began gaming on an Atari 800. In the 90s, I absolutely fell in.
Okay. I'm just gonna have to mentally prepare myself to, suppress the urge. Okay, Dana. I shouldn't have looked at the video. That's horrible. Well, I'm just saying that, Nothing. We're continuing.
In love with games like System Shock and Thief, which awakened my passion for game design. I contributed to immersive sim fan sites for years. Excuse me, I've been practicing so many times today, and my whole mouth is messed up. I earned a master's degree in architecture in 2008. 2 years later, I joined Arcane as a level designer in Austin, Texas to work on Dishonored. I moved to France 5 months later, where I remain to this day. Finally, I became the campaign designer of Deathloop in 2020. But what's my game dev experience? As a modder, I worked on a bunch of missions for Thief 2, The Metal Age, and a few quest and location mods for Skyrim. As a level designer, I worked on Dishonored's Flooded District, The Loyalists, and Eminent Domain. I worked on the Clockwork Mansion of Dishonored 2 and Death of the Outsiders Bank Job. I did some map layouts for Wolfenstein Youngblood, and finally, I worked on a part of Deathloop's prototype, Alexis Dorsey's Mansion, which is featured in the trailers. As a campaign designer, I am currently working on Deathloop's infamous murder puzzle. That said, I've had a very focused career, working almost exclusively in level design. And I've only worked at one studio. 2, if you count Arcane Austin, which you should, so 2 studios. This presents a challenge. I do not have the broadest experience. So I have researched. I've interviewed people from other disciplines with more diverse backgrounds. Before I get started, I'd like to explain who this talk is for and the presentation's goals. It's for people who love great level design, even if they're not level designers, and it's for teams making games which have levels in them. It's also for my friends. I'm going to discuss the role many disciplines have in making great levels. I'll explain how Arcane Leon does it, or the lofty goals we try to reach, and ways we could be doing it better. But I also want to put a spotlight on everyone who's helped me make levels places that players enjoy and talk about. All of that while trying to go as in-depth as I can in 60 minutes. I should define what I mean when I say a level, what a level designer at Arcane Leon does, and what I feel makes a level great. Yes. When I say a level, I mean one of many segments that the game is divided into, or a location in the game world, or a moment in the player's journey. At Arcane Leon, a level designer is defining the layout and flow of the map, crafting encounters and vignettes with all of the scripted logic that powers them, but most importantly, are part of the creative process. Level designers have authorship of their maps. From my perspective, a great level brings the most out of the game's narrative and systems. It captures the imaginations and desire to engage with the content. It feels like a place or a moment that matters either to the game itself or to the player. And in those truly great cases is something that stays with them after they finish the game. They remember and talk about it. Arcane, as a whole, has a bit of a reputation for our level design, which a few people think is pretty good. I happen to be a big fan too. I'm extremely proud to be a part of this team and admire their work to bits.
Let's just collect ourselves. Calm, happy thoughts. Fill this wall. This is a happy wall. Great wall. Love it. All right, back into it.
So what's the plan? Okay, it's not this. The talk is divided into 2 parts, your team and processes. And each part will look at 4 challenges you're going to face and look at solutions to each one. Part 1 is your team. The first challenge is an evolving level design team. On Dishonored, we began with 4 level designers who had been working with us since Dark Messiah, and also on Ravenholm, LMNO, and The Crossing. With 8 new level designers, mostly joining from Arcane Austin. This is where I started. I was here. In Dishonored, we brought in 6 new level designers to Arcane Leon because Arcane Austin's LD team began to work on Prey. Death of the Outsider saw 3 new level designers join, and Deathloop added 5 more. Over this decade, many team members became leads or specialists. Some changed to other disciplines, while others moved to other studios. We had an influx constantly of new talent, but how do you keep your work consistent if your team keeps changing? It comes down to a clearly defined studio culture, and that's not something that you can just conjure up. The ideal is to build a level design team with a foundation in certain design values. Above all, we are a studio that makes a certain type of game, and we recruit along those values. Level designers come here to work on that type of game. Good level design can't just be a value for the LD team. It must extend to the entire studio. And almost everything in our games is expressed through the level design. The whole studio considers level design as one of the most powerful tools to deliver the experience that we are all after. At Arcane, we never shut up about our design values. We talk about them constantly. We have posters about them. I'm sure people are sick of having one brought up as an argument in meetings, but everyone knows them and no one forgets them. I could talk for an hour about Arcane's design values, and many people have, but that's not the point of this presentation. The point is that your studio has its own values, and you are the ones defining them. Our second challenge is leadership bottlenecks. What do I mean by bottleneck? In this case, it's when an idea doesn't move forward until it works its way up the bottle. A level designer creates an idea, which is reviewed by their lead, who will give feedback, help them iterate, and ultimately validate it or not. If validated, the producer will evaluate the impact on other teams, even validated at this stage, which again isn't a given when the creative director gets involved, who may be reviewing it without the LD present. They may not feel it fits with the vision of the game and kill it. Not only does this weed out a diversity of ideas, but it could also take weeks. So what's our solution? Eliminate the validation process. No, it's probably not a good idea. Instead, we have a team of leadership. Our level design team does not have a flat hierarchy, but we have several leaders who work together. In addition to the lead, there's the campaign designer, hi, that's me, and the lead technical level designer. Together, we sit down with the level designer and review their ideas, with the campaign producer and the creative director. If one of us can't be present, the process happens anyway. We keep things moving. We involve the LD so they can defend their ideas, which then don't have to be validated over and over. Sometimes we disagree, and that's the point. We have different tastes and areas of expertise. We talk it out. We try to find a consensus or a compromise. And sometimes we just trust the person who's the most qualified to make that call. This means a bigger variety of ideas can make it into the game. Okay, so what's each of our areas of expertise? Who's the most qualified for what? The lead level designer defines the level design objectives and guidelines. They work closely with systems design and level art. The campaign designer crafts the backbone of the player's experience. They work closely with narrative and UI and user experience. The lead technical level designer is all about the team's tools and processes. They work closely with tools development and tech art. As you can see, we have a pretty balanced load in terms of what other disciplines we work with, letting each of us focus on our particular area and trusting each other to have our backs for the rest. In a nutshell, discuss ideas together as a group, not as rungs in a ladder where each rung could break. We have a variety of leaders with different areas of expertise and different tastes. Include the level designer in the validation process. Let them defend their ideas. Some people can present their ideas better on paper, and some can do it better in a discussion. Give them a chance and keep the process moving. Deference and trust are required. Challenge 3 is masters of none. There is a huge variety of things a level designer has to be good at. You know, jack of all trades. A level designer creates the map's layout, the challenges, the logic of events, and so much more. Every choice a level designer makes can impact or define the narrative. Every vignette involves a UI or user experience element, whether it's an interaction prompt or an objective notification. Many game systems happen inside the level design. How does the map's design get the most out of those systems? Does the gray box layout match the architectural intentions with the right proportions, scales, and rhythms of spaces? Is the map following all metrics and constraints and optimization guidelines? Is the level designer an expert on every tool, including scripting logic in various forms of markup? This is a lot, and no one person can be an expert at all of it. I know I am not. So, what can we do to mitigate it? The diversification of level design specializations. This is dividing level designers into two types: map owners and specialists. Specialists ease the burdens on map owners. A narrative scripter is part of the narrative team, but with a level designer's skills, this allows them to autonomously carry out narrative setup in the maps. The campaign designer makes sure the UI is in sync with what the level designers are doing and guides the LDs and how to best take advantage of it. A level systems designer can be one or the other, but has the skills in both. They provide the LDs They provide an LD's insight into the development of some systems and assist LDs in getting the most out of those systems. Level artists work directly with level designers on the geometry. So LDs don't also have to be masters of the fundamentals of architecture, needing to create gray boxes that transition beautifully into realistic buildings. That's not the point of our gray boxes. Tech LDs assist in tools development, but also work with level designers on highly technical tasks. This has helped Arcane so much. It is not necessary for map owners to be experts at everything. There are people on other teams who have level design skills. Let them contribute. But most importantly, be sensitive to what each member of your team needs. They don't all have to be map owners. Let one focus on technical tasks and another work on narrative. Let them focus on their strengths. Challenge 4 is overwhelming dependencies. No discipline works in isolation, and game development has many moving parts. Level design must work with nearly all of them. But what does that look like? What are a level designer's key partnerships? First, what is the work that happens before level designers begin? What allows them to do their work? In defining the shape and scope, many questions have to be asked. The broadest one is, what does a level even mean in our game? Are the levels connected by ellipses, or are they contiguous? How big are the maps? How dense are they? Do several maps make a level, like we had in Dishonored, or is it something else entirely, like we're currently doing in Deathloop? It's critical that the technical director and level designers are in sync with creative direction and art direction. If they're not, be careful. What feels like the final decision can change, and it will be painful if it does. Engine and tools developers have a hand in laying the foundation for the ways LDs and level artists do their work, or what work is even possible at all. To ensure that these tools fit the needs and processes of both teams, tech LDs and tech artists are involved early. Tools are created, workflows are mapped out, best practices are defined. Now LDs and level artists have exactly what they need: tools that are concretely designed for the exact work they're doing. Now and then, we try to do something wacky, like Dishonored 2's time travel mission, Crack in the Slab, or the Clockwork
Oh, there's a time travel mission?
Our engine and tools teams have the flexibility to make our dreams come true. But we don't just use tools to build maps. We also need to implement game systems. Technical LDs will work alongside the systems designers in a mix of engine developers and gameplay programmers. The work done by these teams is critical to making immersive sims. Void Studio is built from the ground up for exactly this type of game. We've created a visual scripting language called Kiskul, tailored exactly to our needs and the needs of the games we're making. We have a modular component system that ensures behaviors are consistent game-wide, which is a key to systemic game design. We have external tools like a content integration system or performance monitors, but we sometimes like to give them funny names like Arctung that delivers warnings, or Tintin, our bug reporter. Forging the Golden Path is where I come in. Our games are very narrative driven, but narrative and gameplay are one. What the story is and what the player can or must do are intertwined. This forms the campaign. The campaign designer will collaborate closely with narrative team, lead level design, and creative direction to form the high-level outline of the player's goals. They then collaborate with the LDs to turn this outline into detailed scenarios, challenges, and vignettes. The game world is fleshed out from a collaboration between level design, narrative, and art direction. A level design problem can lead to a solution that makes the game's world richer. Once narrative and art get a hold of it, what was a problem now fleshes out the world. In Dishonored, we wanted urban maps, which implies streets, but we also didn't want to put up invisible walls. So art and narrative invented massive street blockers, which fictionally controlled the spread of the plague, but also enclosed the gameplay space. A narrative designer may propose something surprising. A concept artist runs with it, exciting everyone, leading to a level designer creating a vignette, or maybe an entire level around it.
Way earlier.
But this can only happen if each team member is attentive to one another and feels free to collaborate. Now we're in the thick of it. What key partnership come into play while the level geometry is being made? The crafters of the maps may be our most important partnership. The level designer and level artist will begin work at the same time. The LD creates the layout and flow of the maps in Graybox, which establishes the size, scope, paths, basically what the level is. The level artist creates the visual DNA of the map. This proof of concept establishes the scale and proportions, the style and the mood. Once both plans are validated, these two join forces. The level artists are not doing an art pass on the maps. They're creating a new map from scratch based on the LD's layout, but with the visual DNA of their proof of concept. Pairs of level designers and level artists will work together until the end of the project, collaborating to bring their combined vision to reality. Level artists work closely with environment artists to establish a modular system called a breakout kit that can be snapped together. These are intended to be replaced with authored assets late in production during the polish stage. Level designers also work with environment artists to create unique props. This can be a complicated process involving concept art and level art as well, and can require a lot of iteration, since this piece may be part of a puzzle that players need to understand just by looking at it. The moving bank vault in Death of the Outsider was constructed by someone who could do both concept art and environment art. Concept artists will absolutely become involved to visualize the spaces, doing paintovers of the gray box or the level artist's rough blockout. Sometimes this can bring out new ideas, with the concept artist providing a vision neither map owner had anticipated. Practically speaking, it is useful to define the details that the environment and lighting artist will use. Other times it's just exciting. You get to see what the map could look like in the finished game, possibly years before the art and rendering are ready to make it possible. It can be an inspiring moment that invigorates the passions of everyone involved. We require illumination. Our level design and level art wouldn't mean much without lighting. How would the players see? Once a map's layout is stable, a lighting artist steps in and the three will work together. A map's lighting could be subtle and functional, there but never thought about, or it can be emotional, heavily pushing the desired mood, or it can be directional, giving the player critical information, guiding them forward. The lighting artist will use all of these methods to make the map shine. Pun intended. Environmental storytelling. is the multitude of stories that exist in all spaces in the game, expressed either explicitly or left to inference. It has two forms. High level is, why does this space exist? Why is this place like this? It is often conceived by the narrative team, creative direction, and level art leadership. This forms the core concept of a location. Low level is, what happened here? What do these objects communicate to the player? Low level comes from all directions, often proposed by the narrative team, but just as often from the level designers or the level artists. Constructing the level geometry is now well in progress, but we're making games. What about the gameplay? What about taking a drink? Because my throat is getting worn out.
Might help if you spoke naturally.
Just as we have emergent gameplay, we have emergent level design. Our level designers have a lot of freedom to invent wild bullshit. The work done by the systems designer and gameplay programmers
Let's just
allows
say
LDs to
drink
invent
water. How about
novel,
that?
weird, or just plain game-breaking stuff that they create new uses for everything. It's not uncommon for an LD to push the envelope with our tools and create a spaghetti pile of logic just to get it working. Yes, I am very guilty of this. I think it's great, but we still must be careful. This is when tech LDs and gameplay programmers and systems designers get involved. It could be coded into a fully supported new feature. This is a best case scenario for everyone, and it happens very often. It could be cleaned up and optimized by the tech LDs. Even without code support, a specialist can do a lot with our tools. In either outcome, it can become a nightmare for QA. This is especially true if they come across what looks like a new feature, but there's no documentation and no metrics, and the only person who even knows it exists is the level designer who cobbled it together. Player affordance is near and dear to our hearts at Arcane. Expressed simply, if it looks doable, let the player do it. But also, if we can't let the player do it, don't let it look doable. This is expressed through a union of environment art, level art, and systems design. Level designers will define rules about what looks interactive or what looks traversable. Can I fit into that tunnel? Can I open this door? It looks like I can. Systems design will set the player's expectations for combat tactics, like how big of a gap can an enemy see through, or what counts as cover and what doesn't. Environment artists interpret these guidelines, but they're often the start of the conversation. They may want to make a certain type of asset, like a box of fireworks. Well, if the player shoots it, they'll expect it to explode. We achieve a narrative rooted in gameplay through level design, systems design, and narrative design bouncing ideas off each other, letting them evolve. Here's one example. Narrative decides that the protagonist should have a personalized weapon that expresses their themes. And Death of the Outsider, Billy Lurk, had a voltaic gun that represented her unconventional methods and pragmatic ingenuity. Systems design devises a unique ammo type, pencils and pens. Level design could then have you visiting locations where pens and pencils are laying around. Say, why not a bank? It can move in the other direction. Level design creates a puzzle. There's a button that you have to shoot. Systems design invents a rubber bullet that can impact silently and then be recovered. Narrative design brings that tool into the games world.
All right, we gotta get to that drop post haste. So pause that. Pause the build in action. Do all this. Hope it doesn't land too far so that everything, resets, and then I don't know which foliage is cuttable, which trees are cuttable. I don't think it should be a difficult thing because I haven't really cut the trees in this area. But the bushes may respawn, and well, I'd have to source my bushes from elsewhere. Anyhow, we're gonna go watch for that drop. First things first, though, get some screwdrivers. Wait a minute. We have some time. I gotta go see if there are screwdrivers in the car. in the car. I shouldn't keep them in this car, no. But I do. Seems like there are plenty. And what about, yeah, we got enough, so we just head onto the roof and look out for it. And look out for it. Sorry, just let's see how much of the shit we have left. Not even halfway, but at least she is getting a bit more serious. To, you know, the degree possible. Alright. Just go up here and then look for the cargo drop. I think we're just gonna use the bathroom real quick. You know, while we have this lull. I don't know. Jeez, okay, I'll be alright. I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'll be alright. No, I'll tough it out. I'll tough it out. It's not pushing through yet. It's nothing serious yet. Let's continue. Just watch.
I think it was part of the fish. But players can't read our minds. The game has to communicate possibilities in play, what is allowed, and what is needed to progress. The campaign designer will work with level designers to transmute their designs into communication via the user interface. This can take a lot of forms, like objective texts or markers on the HUD, a quest journal, or failure states. The narrative team is involved from the start, weaving story through objectives and doing the final writing pass. So now the map exists. What happens next? A static map is not an immersive map. What brings the maps to life? Sound designers, VFX artists, and animators work directly in our maps to create vibrant, reactive, living places using the same tools as the LDs. These team members are artists and designers and may see a way to do something a bit differently than what the LD asked for, who doesn't have the same eye for this kind of work. In the Clockwork Mansion, the electroshock sequence was pitched as being quite subtle. These three teams punched up the intensity over and over, both trying to reward the player with a dramatic outcome and drive home the horror of what you were doing. This couldn't happen if these teams just had a list of assets with no context and no say in how they're used. There's a deep symbiosis between systems design and animators. Together, they bring the NPCs to life, but shit gets real when level designers are involved. The level design could be causing trouble for NPCs. The player could often be crouched inside a low tunnel, leaving enemies baffled, even though they're within reach. Animators could step in and create a new set of animations to solve this. Level designers could need to convey something about the area. Maybe a dust storm has started, which is hazardous to the player. The animators have the NPCs bracing themselves and shielding their eyes, making it clear without exposition. Animators can push hard on certain behaviors, taking it beyond what was proposed. Our games have a feature we call distractions, where NPCs move off their patrols to do a trivial action. A handful of them would do, but our animators create dozens and dozens. In a vivid and tactile world, so much is communicated through sound. A button is modeled and animated, but sound is what it makes it feel like you pressed it. There's that click, and then the machine roars to life, or maybe it gives a dull, empty sound and a crackle. Maybe there's something about the sound that tells you the machine needs power or is broken, or if it does turn on, it will only stay on for a short time. Sound can communicate in intuitive ways, instinctive ways that are faster and more intuitive than a UI prompt or the player character explaining things. So much of what you see can also be heard. Atmospheres equally visual as auditory. Tech artists and rendering engineers create visceral experiences with the sound designers. The gentle hum in the background, perfectly matching the haze surrounding you. The crunching under your feet, letting you feel the shaders on the ground. The player will feel like they're there. The map is now a place. Details tell a story. A light touch of VFX can deepen the player's involvement in what the LDs and level artists have built. You could add flies over a trash can next to a door to tip the player off that that house isn't abandoned and something fishy is going on in there. Beams of light through cracks in the ceiling signal that your long journey back to the surface has come to an end. Maybe this is an exciting moment of relief or a weary, somber moment. The way the beams of light move can push either feeling. A cloud of dust could appear when moving an object, deepening the feeling of intruding upon a forgotten place. Details like these aren't just immersive, they carry information the player can learn or understand without realizing that they have. And finally, how does all of this work? How do you get this work into the player's hands? How do we get there? Someone has to keep the ship afloat, and eventually you need to ship. Our testing teams are divided between quality assurance and dev testing. Typically, QA testers will be assigned maps or parts of the campaign and switch every few months to keep ideas fresh. A dev tester will attend each weekly level design meeting, so their dev team always has the latest info on what the LDs are up to. Big, complex features that are tied deeply to level design may get special focus from a dev tester who will attend the kickoff meeting and provide feedback. Players usually like all of the frames per second. Optimization is both the first and last thing our technical teams work on in a production. Our game systems are CPU heavy, so from day one, everything is designed with optimization in mind. This impacts the scope and density of our maps. If you run afoul of this, you may need to split your map in 2 or 3 or 4, and that's harder than it sounds. It will define how many active AI can be at a location at once. We have to do all sorts of tricks to limit this invisibly without making the maps feel empty. Sightlines are one of the fundamental tools of level design, and rendering metrics determine everything that we can do. Our systemic world and complex AI don't leave much CPU power left for our scripted logic. We can only use 2% of the CPU's power per frame. As production draws to a close, level designers and artists often must hand their maps over to the optimization gods and pray. To recap, a clearly defined studio culture can give level designers a consistent quality and style, no matter how your team evolves. A team of leadership with unique roles can open wide the creative potential of the level designers to keep their ideas flowing. The diversification of LD specializations means not every map owner has to be great at everything. Specialists can strengthen the entire team by being very good at one thing. Key partnerships are essential to this deeply collaborative process. Every team has a part to play in making the level design great. And the more everyone understands everyone else's part, the clearer these interactions become. Okay, we're exactly at the halfway point. We're at 31 minutes. At this moment, I have to stop recording the video and start the next section. So I'll see you on the other side of that.
Okay.
We're back for part 2, processes. Challenge 5 is determinism in design. This challenge is about metrics. When I say metric, I am talking about the dozens of design constraints that allow every part of the game to work with every other part. Game development is often the march of metrics from their inception to the implementation with strict adherence to the inevitability of rigid, clear-cut gameplay experiences. There's a determinist quality to it. Why can metrics lead to this kind of design determinism? First, sorry, I get my hair in my mouth. It happens. There it is again. What does the life cycle of a metric look like? Gameplay metrics are born from the work between systems designers and gameplay programmers. These are things like, how fast can the NPC move? Or how far can they see? What's their attack range? The gameplay metrics mature into character metrics as they're handed over to the animation team, character artists, and riggers. What is the size of an NPC? How wide is their collision? How far off the ground is their vision cone? Next, bringing the metrics into adulthood, level artists work with the environment artists to give the world a scale that was defined by the character metrics. This asks and answers questions like how wide is the doorway? How tall is a handrail? What's the floor-to-floor height of a building? What's the smallest room? What's the smallest a room can be so that X number of NPCs can still move around? Now it's ready for the metrics, which are all grown up to arrive in the hands of level designers. They follow the metrics to the letter, and job's done, right? Job's done, right? I'm not going to do their voices.
Just say rock. Just say no.
You could wind up with a team of level designers whose job is heavily restricted by the metrics, and they wind up just robotically constructing maps that are defined by the metrics alone. We don't want that, and we don't do that. We can't work that way with the type of games we make. We make messy games with systems that are crashing into each other and a passionate dedication to immersion and world building. There's a balance that has to be reached between what feels best for the player and strict adherence to the metrics that are still needed to make any of our game systems even work. We need flexible metrics. You can't know how any of the metrics will work in gameplay until the level designers are using them and testing their limits. The metrics for enemy vision range may not work with the sightlines the level designers need. The level geometry may require many iterations with gameplay programmers to find the correct metrics for enemy pathfinding. Your tools could be displaying warnings when the metrics are broken, which is good, but this can also stifle experimentation. Designers like to go off the rails when trying a new idea. The engine will often put strict limits on how many NPCs can be near the player, but level and narrative design have the player crashing a party. Oh no, the engine says you can only have 5 NPCs at the party. The interaction range on pickups may be too large for the object density of the maps, making it difficult for the player to target one item over another. Metrics on audio propagation say that sound can't travel more than 20 meters, but level and audio designers are placing diegetic music in the maps, which now cuts off awkwardly. Everything the level artists and environment artists planned could fly to bits when it crashes into what the LDs have done. These metrics are a starting point, but for the collaboration to work, both teams need to be flexible. The complexity of the objectives may be too great for the space on the UI. 3 words to explain the next goal may work in 90% of the cases, but sometimes you need more room. To be clear, be as flexible as possible, but some things simply can't change. Character limits on UI elements have to take into account localization. Some languages will need twice as much space. If level designers experiment forever, expecting systems and gameplay programmers to keep up, they won't be able to stabilize the game into a shippable state. As annoying as many of the warnings a level designer will butt up against are, they exist for a reason, and build management will pay the price in hours and sanity for every warning a level designer ignores.
What? No improvised grenade.
A level designer may want to go wild with massive VFX and sounds that propagate across the entire map, but eventually they'll hit a limit on what the engine can do. If a level designer requests something as innocent as changing the height of a table, this can cause a domino effect. With hours of rework for animation and character art, these changes must be requested with extreme caution. You probably won't get a second chance if you're wrong. It's a difficult process, but there's some things the team can do to make it go more smoothly. Environment artists can get a hold of the metrics created by systems design and animation early and make a modular gray box kit that will match the breakout kit they'll later make for the level artists. If the metrics change, this kit can easily be tweaked, updating the entire game. Tools can be created to help level designers visualize the more abstract metrics, like audio propagation limits. You can try to find a balance between the performance cost of some of the rendering engine's fancier features with what the level designers are doing. If there's a poison gas feature and the LDs use it everywhere, it could tank your frame rate. Since you can't see the future, give LDs a cheap temp version so they can place it in their maps, and then you can see how much that temp version costs, and now you have a target to aim for. Oh, and though it should go without saying, level designers, yes, please do follow the metrics. But when they aren't working, say something. This may sound all over the place. So what point am I trying to make? If your level design and level art teams are forced to strictly follow the metrics and have no say in what those metrics are, you'll wind up with rote, predictable, samey maps. Metrics must be iterated on like anything else, and you need wiggle room. If cover has to be exactly 1 meter high, your map will lose believability. Give them range. It's a balanced give and take. Sometimes a metric must be strictly followed. Know when to give and know when to hold firm. If you set up processes around the idea that metrics will be flexible, everything will be easier and ready to change. But most of all, if the metrics aren't working or too restrictive, you have to speak up. And when LDs speak up, please listen. Challenge 6, pivots happen. Things change during development for whatever reason, and the reason is user research. I'll get to that later. And you may need to react quickly. The problem is, every team works at a different pace. Some may be finished and are polishing, while others are just getting started. When your project must pivot, how do you minimize wasted time and work? The level design and level art teams work together until they stabilize their work and hit a milestone. At this point,
to get through this.
after you get user research, the level design team gets some feedback, digests it, pivots, and resumes work. On the level art team, however, they didn't get the feedback. It was about the level design after all. They polish up their work, stabilize it, and call it finished. But inevitably, the changes made to the level design are going to need changes to the level art too. But it was communicated too late. The level art team has polished up their work, and if they change things now, not only is it going to waste the polish time, but polished work is much harder to change. The level design changes are now blocked, and the game may ship without. Some teams can't begin their work until another team's work has stabilized, and every time the first team pivots, this gets pushed farther and farther ahead. There's no way for sound and VFX to realistically work on a map while it's still deep in production. The layout and contents need to be stable. Every time the level design pivots, this pushes that moment further down the timeline. When the LD work is finally stable enough, these teams have barely enough time to do the work and almost no time for their own polish and stabilization. The structure of some teams' work can be radically different, making syncing up iteration impossible. Features are often developed one at a time and can be delivered to level designers very late. Game systems can be the biggest impacted by pivots from user research, which means new and revised features can come long after the level design work has shifted to stabilization. It can be a complicated and risky process to integrate them this late, throwing the stability of the maps into question, and features may not be implemented correctly in the end. To be clear, many of these features are requested by level designers themselves, but the problem is they can impact the entire game, and not every map may be in a good state to receive them. These issues have to be solved on a case-by-case basis. And I don't have the solution to everything, but there's two guiding principles behind reducing the negative impacts, and that's to de-silo and empower. The type of siloing I'm talking about is when one team has information but doesn't share it with other teams. Give the level artists the same feedback the level designers were given. Let the two teams iterate as one. Level artists can be empowered to react to the feedback as well, rather than being given tasks weeks later after the level design is already well in motion. It is not easy. It takes a tremendous amount of coordination to keep teams this size in sync. Ask any producer. Miscommunication and wasted work will still happen, but iterating together is always worth the effort. The level design team can be empowered to populate their maps with sound and VFX early through a library of placeholder assets. This can help level designers get their ideas validated by presenting them more concretely. If needed, more temp assets can be created as the LD team reacts to feedback. But of course, remember, a placeholder must be unshippable or it may ship. When the time comes for VFX and sound designers to work directly in the maps are already populated by temp assets, which dramatically decreases the workloads on all of these teams and gives them a much clearer idea of the scope and variety of work ahead. Kickoff meetings at the start of a feature's development keep everyone in the loop. Tech LDs and stakeholders on the LD team can be involved early, de-siloing this information. They can start working with the map owners to prepare for each feature's arrival. The level design team is then empowered to have their maps ready as soon as the feature arrives. Ideally, of course. You can't anticipate everything, and many features come very late. You do what you can. On top of all of that, a powerful tool to help the whole team, my slide spoils it, pivot, de-silo, and empower our strike teams. The critical disciplines are all present. In my example, I use our recent onboarding strike team. You have to keep it light and agile for it to work. If the entire studio is on the strike team, it's not a strike team. The team members have autonomy. Leads and directors are in the loop, but team members have the authority to make decisions. If every plan must be validated, then you need 18 leaders to validate everything, and it cripples the team's agility. And it must involve a producer. Empowerment of autonomy means increased accountability, and everything you decide will impact other teams. There's no single solution, it's just communication. No team's partnerships are identical. The challenges to each will be unique. You need custom solutions. If you de-silo your work, you can empower other teams to be ready to receive it as soon as it's available, to get their work in a much better state, to begin your pass on it. And of course, trust in the power of strike teams, but remember, it has to be lean and autonomous. Challenge 7, markup and sunk cost. Features that require markup. That is, to be implemented by hand in every instance are very common. And it's common across the industry. It's something many development teams will face. Arcane works very hard to require as little markup as possible, but it's extremely complicated to achieve. That is because in some cases, markup is design work. Like if you're defining a zone, a certain enemy cannot exit, so they won't chase the player across the entire map. But in others, it is simply telling the game what exists so it can interpret the data in a certain way. Like marking spaces as under a table so that enemies can shout, "She's hiding under the table." What does markup, or lack of markup, do to level design? In Dishonored 1, sorry, I'm getting tired. In Dishonored 1, we had a blink power, a short-range teleport. It required basically no markup. We occasionally needed to tweak the collisions a bit by hand to get it to work perfectly on a critical path. But for the most part, it just worked. By blink requiring no markup, that's time the level designers can design. Death of the Outsider had the displace ability, which allowed our protagonist to place potential versions of herself representing alternate realities and then switch between them at will. Yeah, it was complicated. Because an NPC was involved, we had to put nav mesh everywhere the player could potentially go. This represented a small markup cost, but it wasn't design work. It was just dropping data in where it fit. What's something that requires a massive amount of markup, but straddles the line between interpreting existing data and design work? Enemies don't take cover during combat unless there's data telling them where they can go and what they can do when they're there. You can build tools to have the LD hand place each cover point, which gives them absolute control over every combat encounter. But this is incredibly time-consuming, and it makes it very difficult to change the map's layout later. Systemic cover that operates either by AI rules or procedurally generated cover points has pros and cons. The cons are a much higher reliance on strict metrics. But if we consider this adherence to extra metrics as markup time, it's still way less than if it all had to be done by hand. That's the pro. Iteration is feasible again. Here's a perfect example, or personal example. In Dishonored 2, I was level designer of the Clockwork Mansion, which was this house that could transform in all sorts of ways if the player pulled levers. This is how I spent my time working on it. Okay, not really, but I imagine this is how it might look from the outside.
Yeah.
This, what I'm about to show you, is closer to reality. The clockwork mechanisms, The clockwork mechanisms and basic level design took maybe half of the development time, of about 3 years total. Jindosh, the antagonist, had voiceovers, which reacted to your behavior. Setting up the unique logic for each line was time-consuming. The nav mesh deformations for all the transforming rooms was a monumental task, even though the static nav mesh was procedurally generated. Making the audio propagation work at all took maybe as much time as setting up the transformations themselves. It was 100% markup, and the tools I needed to use were tricky to handle. Could it have gone differently? Sure, but at that moment, this is what I had to work with, so I worked with it. I'd like to clarify what I mean by sunk cost. Usually it means time or money that you can't get back. If the team must pivot, all the time spent doing the markup may be lost. And it can be really lost because it's possible that nothing at all was gained by having done it. It's not like cutting features or throwing away design ideas. Those can always come back later, and you could have learned something, but the time you lost on the markup is gone. But in more human terms, markup can go on for months and months. It's thankless, tedious work. If you combine it with long hours, this can have a serious consequence for the mental health and morale of your team. I have experienced this myself at different times in my life, and it can take years to recover from. If the tools a level designer is using to do the markup are particularly unergonomic, it can cause repetitive strain injury, like tendinitis. I have tendinitis in my left hand as a result of work similar to what I've described. It is kind of a pain. This is really important to consider because RSI can have long-term effects, and honestly, so can wearing down the mental health and morale of your team. For this, I have 2 solutions and a process for choosing which one to use. The first is to prioritize tool ergonomy. By prioritize, I mean they are designed that way from the conception of the feature, not at some time later. The second is procedural features, that is, features that require little to no markup at all. Here's the process. First, you have to start with the question, does the feature potentially require LD work? We're going to go with yes, because that's the whole point of this topic. Is it conceptually possible to design the feature so no markup is needed? Let's play it safe right now and say no, it's not. This feature requires a designed implementation. Is there an existing and ergonomic tool to implement the feature? Best case scenario, yes, you already have one. Use the tool, improve it if you can. But what if you don't? You should develop the tool in parallel with the feature, with input from the level designers. But what if markup isn't needed? There's 2 things you have to determine. Would the time it takes to code and maintain the feature be less than the level design cost? I feel that in most cases it is. Here's the tricky one. Do you have someone on your team who is capable of writing this code? This can be a much more complicated task than creating a tool to do the markup. You could pour weeks into the work and still fail. It's a risk. If not, we're back at the tools question. But if yes, create a system to procedurally implement the feature across the game. And you're done. Sort of. You must still keep the LDs in the loop from early on because now there's going to be metrics involved. No matter the outcome, the goal is to get the feature into the game as designed or give the level designers a way to do it. You must do it in a way that allows for iteration and flexibility. You need to avoid wearing down your level design team on repetitive tasks that take months to complete and blocks their ability to pivot. And you need ergonomic tools that protect the mental health and the tendons of your level designers. Last challenge, number 8. And my clock has stopped, so I have no idea how much time I have left. Oh well, let's keep going. Game development is too much information.
7 fucking minutes left.
The solution is documentation.
Yeah, piece of
Too
shit.
bad the solution is also a challenge.
Here we are.
We can do better than that, but some details first. A lot of information flows through level design. From the start, you have the game's concept coming from creative direction, narrative, or both. The lead level designer and campaign designer will serve up a list of the draft of the campaign overview, which they've worked out with level art leadership and the narrative team. Tech LDs, working with tools developers, will be drafting up tools and process specs. The systems designers will begin to produce vast quantities of writing about features details and metrics. The level and environment art teams will also begin to deliver metrics about the sizes and shapes of everything they're going to be using. From there, level designers must document their brainstorms and prototypes, and then, as the LDs build their maps, they need to begin to write down all of the map details, and then they should also write up the question vignette details. But there's more. Different stages of a project's life require different types of documentation. During the brainstorming phase, docs can and should be loose and messy. It's the designer's notebook. It's also an archive. Nothing here should be thrown away. Browsing through your old ideas is a great way to get new ones or find one to resurrect. Documentation for production is a massive library of detailed specs for every topic in the game. I've heard it described as the single source of truth. It has to be rigorously guarded against redundancy and obsolete information. Cut content must be clearly labeled or deleted. Out-of-date specs must be updated or deleted. Documentation suitable for shipping is an entirely different beast and often not written by the designers, but requires their help to do so. It must be lean and holistic, with information pertinent to QA, to producers, to external organizations. So in addition to all of the work discussed in the last 7 sections, level designers also need to take time out of their week on a regular basis to create and maintain their docs. So what do? We're going to treat documentation as game development. Writing and maintaining docs is a task like any other task in the team's to-do list. I am talking about the entire development team, not just the level designers. Level designers need up-to-date documentation on metrics. Getting out-of-date information is a hazard. Working on docs should not be treated as an additional thing to maybe get to if you have time. It's a task with a workflow and reviews like everything else. If you include update the docs as a footnote in a bigger task, it can be tempting to mark the task as complete, trusting yourself that you'll get to the docs later. On the other hand, if you complete the work but haven't yet updated the docs, the task can still be marked in progress, and this can give leads and producers an inaccurate view of the team's progress towards the milestone. If documentation is its own task, we ease these problems. Time is allotted to it. People can see more clearly what is and isn't done. A team member who is blocked until your work in the game's data is finished will be happy to see that that task is now complete. And your lead, producer, and QA will be happy to see when the docs task is complete. A few miscellaneous points, or rather my personal advice, as someone who spends a lot of time of her day writing docs. You can tell I'm very passionate about this topic. Docs should always know who the owner of what is. No doc can cover everything. People with questions need to know who to ask. Even if someone is maintaining the docs, you need tasks to review them and point out errors. I do a lot of doc work for the campaign. I have a pretty clear overview, but it's extremely helpful to have level designers come in, look at the details, and note where I've made a mistake. Yes. Redundancy is a surefire way to get misleading docs. You need things like data boxes that exist on multiple pages and only need to be updated once. Old stuff is often good to keep, but it should be moved to an archive. It is a pain when you search and half the results are from cut features. Know when to collate certain types of information into a single doc. It's mind-numbing to have to search through 50 features pages to find the metrics you need. And the most critical point, do you want good bugs? Bugs that are accurate, relevant, and thorough? Testing teams cannot do this without good documentation. Okay, we're almost done. Flexible metrics can save you from determinism in game design, freeing outcomes through an attentive give and take between teams. Key partnerships must be empowering one another to pivot rather than siloing work and racing to the finish line. Tools creation can focus on procedural solutions when possible and develop ergonomic tools alongside the feature when not. Documentation should be treated as a game development task, not something that's tacked on to existing tasks. It needs as much production guidance as anything that will go into the game itself. So that's the plan. 9 solutions to 8 challenges. As I think you've noticed, it's a lot of hard work and involves nearly everyone on the team. And I couldn't even get into topics like recruitment, the impact of marketing, user research, all the ways that we depend on producers and build management. And I barely scratched the surface concerning QA. But I think this is a good start and can lead to discussions your team can have on how your entire studio can work together to create great level design. But GDC Talks are a studio and friendships-wide effort. So thank all of you for taking the time to help me with this, especially while we're trying to get Deathloop out the door. I couldn't have done it without you. It's over. Thank you.
It's finally over. Right, what I got from that is that everyone has to involve the level designer. I don't know, I'd say this is typical. That, what should I say? People involve the level designer, keep the level designer in the loop. Level designers are important. Level designer. But it wasn't about the studio being involved in the level design. You understand? Like, the talk's name is Great Level Design is a studio-wide effort, but the result of the talk sounds more like the level designer is the studio. I mean, that's a gross over-exaggeration of the point, but, the level designer is a studio-wide effort. How about that? Instead of focusing on the concept of level design, they focus on the level designer. Anyhow, get rid of that. I think this should be a better talk. More fun talk, maybe. One that doesn't fucking make you want to bash my brains against every nearest object I can find to it. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna actually go to the outpost. Let me just see. I think I've only cut bushes, really. So, this work all involves trees. We're gonna be having fun. Let's cut our logs and get the next shit queued up. And then I need to... No. Maybe not go just quite yet, but... Definitely need to do this stuff. Where the... Okay, there it is. We're getting drunk. We're having a good time. Drunk drive to the outpost. Oh yeah, I gotta take my jacket off. I'm gonna overheat if not, but... It's fine. It's all fine. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Put my jacket in the SUV. But no, not in the SUV, the truck. That's why I went over there. I'm silly. Ah, fuck, I wasn't even talking. I went on such a nice rant, too. Whatever. It's fine. I was probably being silent all that time. Anyways, the plan is going to the outpost. That's the plan. That's the long and short of whatever I was saying. We need to go to the outpost. And that's that. It's the fucking... Get out of your goddamn stance, you piece of shit. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be... Oh, fuck. Yeah, I already messed that up, see? And the swing's gonna get more severe. This is what you made me do. Oh yeah, look at that. Genius. Who the fuck is yelling? Which one of you motherfucking... They're probably on the other side of the wall. The Great Wall. The wall that shall not be crossed. Anyways. Yeah, I think we're just gonna... I'm gonna head there, take the jacket off. Let's turn on the radio now, why not? Your mother's feeling slightly warm, alright. Let's actually just open this door. Turn the radio on.
Skies ain't looking cloudy or gray. We've been crying all the tears I cannot hold inside anymore.
Okay. We're ready for our trip, but right now I'm gonna go use the bathroom because my gosh, my golly. My gosh. I'm saying is that holding it in produces beneficial results. And I'll leave it at that. If you feel something coming up, try to delay it as long as you can. Anyhow, let's drive. You gotta go sell aeroplane kits. Yo. God, I hope this is the right way. Yeah, I'll just let the visual effects do the job of drunkenness. Don't have to add to it. Even though I so want to add to it. I think it's getting severe enough. Oh, I wonder if being drunk actually does affect my driving in ways that I don't control. I mean, it doesn't really feel like it, but at the same time... Oh. Maybe. I mean, it does definitely affect our running. But, let me see, am I bad enough yet? We'll be fine. How much alcohol? About 90 grams. How much can we handle? Yeah, we'll be fine.
What I've got.
I think we should buy some gravel. Why not? We'll need it eventually. At some point. It's so freaking cheap. Wait, what? I didn't mean to do that. Whoop! Alright. I think that's us. Whoa, head, oh. We've devolved. A good thing we're driving. Oh god. Where the hell's out there? Just on the floor. That was scary. It's like, what the fuck happened to our backpack?
Asked him what he's living for, said not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. All day and on into the night. Got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight. 'Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. An astronaut, a man that's on TV, but do it Hey, don't just wait and see, 'cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. Sweat inside, make me feel like I'm alive. Take this hurt, lean, throw it in my face. Don't let these bones slow you down, 'cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should look greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind, 'cause I'm over easy tonight. State the truth, spit it out, I'm waiting. Don't leave me contemplating my own life. Same bullshit for another man or lover. Don't need a 40 clover to decide, 'cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should look greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind, 'cause I'm over easy tonight. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Yeah, 'cause I'm over easy tonight. Who wants a lady without the thrill of chasing, like taking cotton candy from a child? Too many answers, but all we need is questions. You ain't giving this a chance to burn its light, 'cause I'm coming up strong. The grass should look greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind, 'cause I'm over easy. I'm over easy, and I'm over easy tonight.
Why is this thing so easy to fucking damage? I should stop doing that little drunk driving thing before I get myself killed. I don't even think I'm on the right road anymore. What the hell? It doesn't look familiar. I must have read the sign wrong. Oops. gotta wait while we come down.
Well, I lost my job and all of my money, most of my friends and half of my mind. So messed up, it's a little funny. And I thought for sure that she was mine. But now I'm alone, just trying to get it right. Picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. Just spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but another instead. I wanna hate her, but another instead.
Yeah, I guess we can just put on a raincoat, right? I don't know, I don't think you can equip anything while you're in a car, which is, again, stupid. But wait a minute, yeah, you can. Neat. What can't you do in a car, then? I forget. Oh, well. Hate that it keeps that frickin' light on. There we go. Now we have to fucking repair the car. Oh well. There we go. 41 to 70. That's what? Kind of 30%, so one more to get it to full. And I don't think we'll be wasting anything with that. There we go. Ah, close enough. We can do a little hunting. Saw some varmints on the way here. Should still be around. Should put gravel at the bottom of our cooler to weigh it down. That's the excuse we'll give. Why not? Bottom heavy is best heavy. Hey, don't growl. I'm coming for you. I'm coming to release you from this mortal coil, which is, of course, nothing but pain for you, I am sure. There you go, mate. He was waiting right for me. What a considerate gentleman. Anyone else? No. Hey. Alright, what do you got on you? Short on a lot of vitamins. Short on a lot of stuff. Unfortunate. But hey, our dexterity's almost maxed. That's some kind of consolation, right? be a Zen master. A master of the drunken rifle. Martial art. That's me. Just gotta line it up right. There we go. Look at that. Basic sniping skills. Still can't use the HUD with this scope. But does it really matter? Does anyone out there? Hup, up, hup, ho, hup, ah, damn it. Oh, ho, hey, oh, there we go. Hey ho, let's go. As they say. Anyways, I guess we gotta go investigate that unfortunate fella right there. Well, there's any other unfortunate fellers, I guess. Hold on, can I see it more clearly in the double vision than I can actually on the ground? I think I pinpointed him in the double vision, and he's hard to see from normal vision. That's like a superpower he gives you. Huh? Yo. I think I went past his body. Okay, go back. Why not?
I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own year.
Let his body fucking warp out of here and the fucking aliens come to abduct him. Didn't even leave a crop circle as thanks. Assholes. I think they warped his body out of here. Rude. It's fine, we can go drink some water.
The choice is yours. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Just gotta take a little rest. Why not? There we go. I just said this one off, mate. Read a book. I don't know.
Searching for glory, I'm a strong winner. Don't mean the ball, cause I'm a hard hitter. Only be swimming in the deep river. I'm a love giver. Searching for glory, I'm a strong winner. Don't mean the ball, cause I'm a hard hitter. Only be swimming in the deep river. I'm a love giver.
Still barely doing anything on running. I guess just having one means you can't level it even past no skill. So what, it's capped at no skill, 2 is basic, 3 whatever is the next one after that. Medium, advanced, and then expert at 5. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what else to do to fucking cure this drunkenness. It's just staying. It's being stubborn. I'm a lightweight. I've dishonored my family. The family of Bobs. The Bob family. All notorious drinkers. And here's Bob the lightweight. I don't know. Alright, the repair thing's in the work jacket. I gotta go get that so I can do the repair thing. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to upgrade some walls. Let's upgrade some walls. While we're, you know. It's kind of a double layered inner wall. Seems like to me. I didn't think the design of that thing through. Oh, well, it's fine, right? It's fine, right? We're all having fun. Shut up. What the hell was playing on this station at the same time? Okay. Why not? Actually, we can scavenge while drunk. Should we just do some scavenge? Well, I don't know. Yeah, let's do some scavenge. Just cuz. Just cuz. Now watch, this is gonna be up on the pop station next. When this is done. That'd be funny. It's all funny. Hilarious.
If you want. There ain't nobody.
Hell yeah. I mean, this is labeled correctly, but it's like push it to the limit or something. I don't know, it's inspiring.
This journey of mayhem. Get ready to get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Now, get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
Hey, we're on again. This is great. Come on, this is the second time they warped the body when I was just like right there. I don't think I killed him in the grass. Oh, yup, hope. Yeah, I don't think I see the body. It's warped away. These danged aliens just won't leave me alone.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait. Okay, now.
Put your hands around where I can feel them. I'll be giving you the satisfaction, but no attraction, no action. It's not about the size, it's how you use what your mama gave you. You snooze, you lose. Look at me dance.
Oh, why is this funk?
Do you think I'm sexy?
I thought this would be a pop station. Oh hell, we only have about 1 hour. All done. Well, this one's like 30 minutes, but... Yeah, we're gonna do the Slime Rancher one, since it's still a bit topical. I don't know that I'll be revisiting Slime Rancher for a little bit, but let's just let Dizziac. Right. Well, that's pretty much the end of the song. Alright. Last talk of the session. This is making games that stand out and survive. It's by the Slime Rancher guys, so here we go. There were girls too.
I'm Nick Popovich. Thank you very much for showing up today.
Hi,
if I
Nick.
see any familiar faces and I'm not waving, it's because there's lights in my eyes right now and I can't see anyone's faces, so I apologize. Let's kick things off with who I am. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Monami Park, the game director of Slime Rancher. Hopefully some of you have played it. There's me on Twitter. I like to talk about game design a lot on Twitter, so if you're interested in the contents of this talk, some of it actually came from there, so there you have it. I'd also like to first put out a disclaimer that this talk is not about how to make a great game. You need one of those for the contents of this talk to matter, and that this stuff might not be a fit for your game, and that's totally okay, because I don't have all the answers, no one at GDC does, and this is not the one true
I have
way
all the answers.
of
Let
getting
me
your
design
game out
your
there
game.
and getting people to
Make it
notice it.
100%
But I
first
do
day
think that some of
blockbuster,
this stuff will
revolutionary,
help
easy.
your game succeed. That's why I'm up here today talking about it. And what are we talking about? The three major topics of today are sell it with a GIF, staying relevant, and a place to call home. The TLDR version, though, is that this talk is about getting people to notice your game, to buy it, and play it repeatedly. That is the goal of what I'm about to do here. So talk about your game, notice it, buy it, play it repeatedly. But first, let's have some rad game facts, shall we? First rad game fact, thousands of games are released every year. Second rad game fact, yes, seriously, thousands. I highly recommend that you subscribe to the ICO or ICO newsletter. Just Google it, and you will see all of the Steam games that are released every week. Last week was 156 games just before GDC, and that's 1 week. So that's what you're up against. And also some of them even have marketing budgets, and you might not, so uh-oh. And finally, you're competing with all of them, every single one of them, whether they're good or not, big or small. And this is such a bummer that Rad Fox has decided that he's going to return to his home planet. Okay, but why? Why are you actually competing with all these games despite the size of your game, your genre, etc.? Why is a AAA release that comes out tomorrow actually taking customers away from you? And that is because of time and attention. And if you've been paying attention at GDC, you may have heard more than a few people talk about this at this point. Time and attention is the focus of this talk, and it's the core of why I make the games that I do and put them out there in the way that I do, and that's what we're talking about today. So we're going to get right into a takeaway right off the bat, that your game is what customers buy from you, but time is what you buy from them. Don't forget that. It's not enough just to sell a game to someone because you're still taking something from them, and that is time. So earlier I'd said everyone else's games were your competition. It doesn't end there. I'm sorry that I'm starting with such a bummer at the beginning of the talk. I promise it gets better. But your actual competition is everyone else's games, as we just established, and that includes Fortnite. It's also Netflix and YouTube and Twitter and sad political news. All of that stuff takes up time and attention, and you need that if anyone's going to pay attention to your game, to buy it, and to play it. But don't worry, you are not the only one. Netflix says that Fortnite is bigger competition than HBO and Hulu. That is not just Netflix throwing some shade at their competition. It's time and attention. Also, major game publishers are feeling the impact of peaking attention. There's only so much going around. And there's also stuff like this, which is that they're starting to put like little trailers before a normal trailer, and it's because they know that you gotta see explosions like right away, or else you're gonna stop paying attention or scrub to 30% of the way through, which is what most people do with your video. So that's concerning. And we're gonna really quickly take a look at the average day of an adult in the US in 2018. It was 4 hours on phone and tablet. So if you make mobile games, you have an advantage here. 4 hours of live TV, that's not playing video games. That's either watching sports online or on cable or just watching cable. 6.8 hours of sleeping, 8+ hours of work on weekdays. And you check your phone a bunch of times a day. And that doesn't even factor in eating, commuting, other life things, bathing yourself, all of that. So what we're left with is 2 free hours during the weekdays for new information, and 10 on the weekends, and of course that doesn't count any of the other stuff that you're gonna do on the weekends. So, like I said, starting with a bit of a bummer, but context is necessary for the rest of this. And so we're going to move on to our first major topic and leave the rad 90s to sell it with a GIF. Okay. First of all, GIFs are good. They communicate things very quickly, they're a form of artistic expression, and they're very mobile friendly and easily shareable, especially on Twitter. And speaking of Twitter, did you know that 31%, or Twitter users are 31% more likely to remember content versus other online platforms? Use stuff like this to your advantage. Find that stuff out. But this part of the talk is not about best social media practices. So instead, we're going to jump right away to another takeaway, and that is, can your game design fit inside a GIF? Oh, so what do I mean by that? Can you present your core gameplay loop in a GIF? That is the thing that the player is doing over and over and over. Usually it lasts about 2 minutes. Can you show that in the span of 5 or 6 seconds? Can you show the killer app of your game in a GIF? And that is the feature or the must-have or must-see thing that is going to drive people to buy your game or to check it out or at least want to know more. This might be because you can't show your core gameplay loop, but you can show that one powerful moment. If you were Jurassic Park the movie, this is the T-Rex. The T-Rex is not the focal point of the story, but it sure as hell put people in seats to see that movie. It can't just be explosions unless your game is really about that and that's at its core, because we've seen explosions before. In the case of Jurassic Park, we hadn't seen a T-Rex like that before. So what do you have as a killer app? Can you teach someone to play your game in a GIF? This one's amazing. If you can manage to pull that off, it doesn't have to be every single step of the way, but if you can give someone the gist of what it is to play your game and they can understand it and they can start picturing themselves playing your game, you have just won an enormous battle. You've walked right through a 1,000-foot firewall, and you're on to the next step of engaging with your customer. Basically, though, what it comes down to is, can I get your game in a GIF? Can I see it, and can I get it? I might have questions. Questions are fine. But does it answer something? Does it answer something material? That's what you want to be able to execute on in a GIF. We set out to do this with Slime Rancher. We were inspired by what I saw with Spelunky, how it was able to really clearly communicate itself in the form of a GIF. And so we knew we had to do that. The landscape was rapidly changing when we were developing it. And you may have heard this term before. It was coined in Stranger in a Strange Land, and it's called grok. People in game development use it a lot, often grokking a game. And it is to understand something intuitively or by empathy. You are establishing like an emotional rapport with something. And oftentimes we use it in game design when we say player has grokked your game. They're really into it, they really get it, they're in a position where they can evangelize it, and they're willing to put up with, some bullshit basically in order to get more of that experience because they bought into it. But here I'm applying this concept to before someone actually plays the game. Now obviously they're not going to grok your game via a GIF in the same way that they would had they spent hours and hours of playing it and achieved that level of grokking. But there is a shade of that, a grok light, if you will, where someone has bought into it based on what you've put out there for people to consume. And so really it comes down to, what do you want the player to feel? And I think this is an important question, as an aside, to ask that about every aspect of your game design, everything that you're putting out there. But this isn't just about emotional context in the narrative of your game. This is about, do you want the player to feel frustrated at various points in the experience? Do you want them to have an overwhelming sense of freedom? Every decision that you make, every feature that you put in your game, you should be thinking about, what is the emotional context on the part of the player here? What do I want them to feel? Well, why would you stop with your game design? Why wouldn't you think about how that relates to how it shows to people on social media in the form of a GIF? People make GIFs of their gameplay all the time. They make trailers, but are you asking yourself, what is it that I'm looking for the person
is that why they
looking at this
included
to
the
feel
GIF
in
feature in
response to
Slime
it?
Rancher?
Because that might change what you decide
he
to
takes
show.
this very
And
seriously.
maybe it might change the kind of game that you're making if you can't answer that question. So always ask that question. You should always have something that you're trying to say. And if you don't, you're just another game. You're just another entry in a genre if you're not saying anything different. So the reason this is important is, as we've previously established, everyone is distracted all the time. The 90s segment taught us that. And we have a finite amount of time and energy to care about new things, your game included. So the more time and energy is required, the harder the sell. And I don't even just mean a game sale. I mean to care about what I just saw and maybe want to know more, or to pay attention the next time I see that. So basically reduce time to grok as much as possible. So if you were selling burgers, for example, to use a non-video game example, and you just set up a stall and you were making burgers, you didn't put up a sign, you didn't put up a menu, you didn't put up anything, it's going to be really hard to sell those burgers until you put up a sign that says burgers for sale. Now I have context, I know what it is you're trying to sell. But if you could then provide a picture of your delicious burger that you're trying to sell and some reviews, you're answering questions that people might have. Even if it's just in their head, you are giving them knowledge, and that's what's going to lead to either wanting to know more or a sale. So let's look at some games that do this very, very well. And since I just mentioned Spelunky, I'll start there. Spelunky, here's a GIF of it, shows you everything you need to know about this game in the form of a GIF. If you were my dad, you might look at Spelunky and say, this looks like Indiana Jones meets Mario. What is it? But Spelunky shows you that it's a bunch of systems that are overlapping that generate experiences. This is just one GIF. Any number of GIFs of Spelunky are going to show you different outcomes. You may be looking at the same level, even though they're generated, and seeing those different outcomes. And so as a player, I'm looking at this now, and I'm thinking about all the different permutations of things that can happen. It also does a really wonderful job of having fun by failing. And it shows you that in a GIF because the sequences that are occurring here are comical. I think this is pretty funny here. I think the player dies about 6 different ways here, and I think that's really great. So it does a great job of showing that off. Another one is Super Hot, and this is a great example because it's showing you a very, very simple concept, which is time only moves when you do, and then demonstrating how a variety of different scenarios can play out using that as your main power in the game. It also does a great example of showing that there's a huge difference between complex design and complex ideas. You want to generally avoid complex ideas when you're trying to convey or when you're trying to sell your game. A perfect analog to this is in terms of simple idea but complex execution would be Portal. I think that's probably the master class in this, where you can very, very simply see in the form of a GIF 2 different portals and seeing what that means to you as the player, and then your mind just starts racing with all the different things that you can do. If you, much like Superhot or Portal, can get a player to start thinking about how they might play your game, it's a huge advantage that you have. I would actually relate this to how I used to learn about games when I was a kid 9,000 years ago and opening up Nintendo Power, and that's all we had. We had screenshots to go by and really bad descriptions of those screenshots. So you would make up in your head what this game could possibly be about, and you got yourself excited with lies that you were telling yourself, and that's okay. You might start thinking about the different scenarios in Superhot or the different weapons that you might have, and that might not actually be in the game, but that's okay because you're getting your potential customers' imaginations excited. And those are the kind of things that you want to be able to do with your game. So if you want to make games that people get quickly, avoid complex ideas, but allow for complex design or execution on those simpler ideas. Speaking of a simple idea, Rocket League, it's cars that play soccer. But if I just told you that and you never heard of Rocket League before, there's probably a very awkward version of soccer that you're imagining. Little did you know, it's like rocket-powered Matchbox cars that are also part ninja. And I think there is not a lot in Rocket League in terms of the moment-to-moment gameplay. It's some cars and a ball and 2 goal zones. But you can see that there's a number of different ways that can play out, and it's exciting, and it gets right to the point, and it's a huge hit. Something a little less elegant, Human Fall Flat. I really love this one. Because it's a kind of very different approach. It's showing you awkwardness and silliness, and comedy is great for GIFs and makes it very shareable, but there needs to be room for extrapolation. If you just show a joke, if your game is the Wile E. Coyote, getting the dynamite blown up in his face, it's a great joke. But if there's no way that I can understand how that relates to your game or how that might create interesting scenarios, I'm left with nothing other than a great joke that I share, just like I share a bunch of other stuff online. So with Human Fall Flat, in part because I understand video games, and that's a protagonist, I know that, it's telling me that mundane things are being done stupidly in this game. And especially if I buy into it and watch a couple other GIFs or check out a trailer, I get that immediately. And I've done mundane things before because I'm a normal human being, and doing them stupidly and without consequence sounds really exciting to me, so I'll bite. Next, Subnautica does a great job of showing you a single breathtaking moment. It's Killer App, which is diving below the surface of the sea and seeing a massive, mysterious underwater world for me to explore. It has a huge advantage in that there just are not a lot of underwater games, so it stands out in that regard. It's also beautiful, and it has that mystery element to it. I want to know more. I want to see more. So Subnautica came out when there were a bunch of other survival games, but none of them were underwater. A lot of them, you were, rubbing rocks together and stuff in a muddy forest somewhere. Subnautica was different. It was gorgeous and beautiful and bright, and I think that contributed hugely to its success, all of which is communicated in an image or a GIF. Next is Factorio. I love this one. I think it gets you very excited to play the game, and it's showing you the scale of things that you can do in it. You can see machines that are working together with one another, and I don't know what the goal of the game is, but I bet you it's to do big stuff and continue to do more and more of it, and that's very exciting, and I want to build stuff like that. But there's a few key points about what Factorio decided to do, which is that it shows known machinery, like oil derricks and spaceships. And I think that's really important, because the game might take place on a planet that you've never heard of, and the point of the game might be that you're building this to defend yourself against, bug people or something like that. But it's showing me things that I can understand, and I can relate to what I'm seeing there, and so it acts as a sort of inroad to me understanding more about this game. If everything were just alien machinery, I wouldn't get it as well as I do with what you're seeing here. For example, if Rocket League was not cars playing soccer, but it was UFO-like things hitting a Nova cube through space or something like that, and it was still soccer, it would be much less grokkable for people because I don't know anything about that. So I kind of get that we're playing soccer here, but if you can give me something that I understand, that path to having more knowledge is a lot more open for me as a potential customer. Next is They Are Billions, which does an amazing job of showing you scale and quantity. It's very awe-inspiring, I think, to see the hordes of things that are attacking this city. I immediately want to know what that's all about. It doesn't tell me in this GIF who I am, but I imagine I'm not the zombie things. I imagine I'm the homes and castles and everything that seems like they are trying to protect themselves. So I have an idea right away about what this game is about, and it's showing me the killer app, which is billions of zombies coming at once. It's also not a giant 3D experience. It's something that you might even be able to see on iPad, and yet it does a wonderful job of having an awe-inspiring scale moment. It doesn't need to have a giant 3D T-Rex. It's showing lots of little characters running at a city, and immediately you get this gut feeling like, that's not good. I should probably protect against that. Slime Rancher similarly shows quantity. We think that's one of our secret sauces, is that much like They Are Billions, in Slime Rancher you're seeing hordes and hordes of slimes bumping into one another at any given moment. It's a physics nightmare under the hood, but you don't normally see that in a game, so even if you're a person who doesn't understand game technology or just a little kid, you haven't seen something like that happen before as regularly in front of you, and so it just feels different. An RTS that has billions of things coming at you feels different, so you're winning a battle. However, if you can do the giant T-Rex, you should absolutely do the giant T-Rex. You have the budget for it. I'm probably talking to the 4 AAA people in the room right now, but if you have the budget for it, show it. But I do want to add that there is a wrinkle to what Monster Hunter does. I think it does it particularly well. That is, I think they flip the script and they focus on the monsters, not the player. So Monster Hunter trailers and anything that they're sharing online typically is not showing you crafting systems or anything like that. That's all ancillary to the big show, which is giant monsters doing cool stuff. And their marketing narrative is very, very consistent in that regard. So anytime I pick up some Monster Hunter marketing, a GIF that is being shared online, it's a very consistent message. I am a little strong, brave, probably stupid warrior in this case, fighting enormous monsters, and they seem very overwhelming, and that narrative is very, very consistent. And I do include this. I'm up here, so I'm going to talk about Slime Rancher some more. If you saw my previous talk, we thought about this from the very beginning. The action comes at the screen. It's bright and cheery and very easy to parse, especially if you're just scrolling through on something like Twitter. And it has lots of physics, and I already covered as to why we feel like that's important. Probably a better segue to this to make it more powerful would have been from Monster Hunter, but I'm going to go to one last one, which is Baba Is You. I think this game is great. It's a recent release, and I mean no disrespect to it, but on the surface, a indie pixel art turn-based puzzle game is probably not something that a mainstream gamer audience is going to be, going to care about. However, this game perfectly teaches you how to play it in a GIF. This does it right here. And I think it's it is an otherwise a sort of very complicated game to understand, but it teaches itself very, very beautifully. And you immediately start thinking about all the different permutations of this. And I think it contributes hugely to its success. It has a very strange name, has a very strange rule set, and yet it teaches people how to play a game. It's currently doing very, very well on Steam, last I checked. I'm sure it'll do very well on Switch as well. But I just want to play devil's advocate here and say that plenty of best-selling games don't do this. So I'm going to keep saying this throughout the talk. If your game doesn't do the things that I'm talking about, it's fine. You're going to do other things. But in summary, your customers have finite time and are highly distracted. So make a game that customers don't have to work to understand. Make a game that sells itself in the span of a GIF. Doing so will actually affect your design. If you set out to do this from the beginning, it will affect your game design because you'll have to be lean and focused in order to do this. Customers need knowledge. It makes it easier for them. And as Johnny Utah famously said, knowledge equals sales. All right, so let's move on to the next topic, which is staying relevant.
Okay, that topic, let me just say.
And I'll just say
TNA.
right now that this is the most difficult and
That's my
expensive
marketing
part
strategy.
of the three things I'm
TNA.
talking about today. So
Put it
what is
right
staying
there
relevant?
on the box.
It is
Can't go
having new
wrong.
content to play over time, remaining community relevant to play over time, remaining streamer or YouTube relevant over time, with a goal to continuing to sell over time. Some of you are probably already doing this with your games, and that's great. This will just be a refresher. Maybe I'll have something new to offer here. But the takeaway right away is that I believe that your game needs a pulse to survive. Games with a beating heart have a far staying on the charts, and very rarely does anyone these days release a game and just walk away from it, and 6 months later it's still a bestseller. Those instances are extremely rare. I wouldn't bank on that. Unless you're Nintendo, they can manage to do that. So how do we keep the pulse? The two major ones are content updates for your game and having a multiplayer sharing feature in your game. Both of those together, that's the most powerful cocktail. But there's also content creation from your community. If you've released a tool set and you foster that and players are able to make their own content, that's huge. There's community scene and competition. This pretty much requires multiplayer to work, but you can be very, very clever about that. And then porting to other platforms. This might seem like it's not a means of staying relevant over time, and certainly maybe not as powerful as some of the other ones, but it is, on its own, a very useful tool, especially if you are releasing special or deluxe editions of your game as you port it to new platforms over time. Basically, try to treat every port that you do as a new launch of your game. Try and have some opportunity to scream about it again when you port it. Don't just say it's now available on this platform, thank you, good night. Then there's community engagement. This one really is necessary to work, really requires some of the other ones in order to be best. Very rarely can you just release a game and engage with your community, and that's going to keep you relevant for 6 months to a year. But it does work very, very well in concert with content updates, multiplayer, and especially a community and scene competition. But why do you do this? It sounds expensive. It sounds like a lot of work. Well, it's because long-term support of your game is becoming expected. I'm sure you've read 1 or 2 Steam reviews that say things like dead game, negative review. As unfair as that is, it happens. Supporting a released game is easier and less risky than building a new one. Obviously, you need to already have some traction. If you have shipped your game and it didn't work out, continuing to support it might not be for you. And just remember that concurrency is king. And that is not just about making an online PvP game, so obviously you need concurrency in order for it to work. I'm talking about at any given moment, the total number of people playing your game in this moment, by the day or by the week, is really important and really relevant to your success, even if you have, like we did, a single-player offline game. And the reason for that is it's relative. You don't need to target 10,000 concurrent users in order for it to be material to your success. You need to target a relatively small number of people that can grow into a bigger one. And that will then lead to sales because it is a tiny little zeitgeist that can grow into a bigger one. And since I just mentioned it, how does this lead to sales? Well, viral mechanisms on Steam, PS4, and Xbox. This is one of the principal ways that we sell on Slime Rancher. We don't spend money on marketing. We rely on this, which is we support the game over time, and people play it over time, including existing players who have stuck with us. That's really important because all the while they are blasting to their friends list on these platforms that they're currently playing Slime Rancher. And if you're the new, release for today, and you have some of your friends are playing that game, you're gonna hear about it. It's gonna pop up in their friends list. You're like any other game that's been released, and I might pay attention to it. I might not. And if that's your only chance that you're gonna encapsulate that little week launch moment, and that's it, you just drove right past a billboard and you just crossed your fingers that maybe people paid attention. But if you keep beating that drum and releasing new content over time and people keep blasting to their friends list that they are currently playing your game, eventually, like a billboard that you drive past to work every day, they see it, and now they're finally paid attention to it. Now they maybe remember the name, and now they're associating with this game that their friends seem to play a lot of, and finally it just sort of worms their way into their head, and they're familiar enough with it that they have that little bit of knowledge, and it could lead to the next step, which might be a sale. It might be wanting to know more and reaching out to their friends, or at least looking at the game page, but it is a step. It's very important, and you earn those by doing long-term support. Wishlist conversions and gifting from sales is another one. There's a constant churn of your wish lists that as long as you're doing things right and you have a game that people want to play, you will just get a constant churn of people converting on your Steam wish list into sales over time, though. And a lot of that comes up when Steam broadcasts to customers that a game from your wish list is on sale. Well, if they vaguely remember it, don't remember it, or something like that, it's going to be a much harder sell. If it's that game that they have now passed the billboard many a time and their friends are still playing it, maybe now is the time. But maybe it's not. And that's my third point, that sometimes people are just busy and distracted, and maybe they're not going to buy your game now. We established that everyone's very distracted. We don't have a lot of time going around. It doesn't mean that they hate your game or they're never going to buy it. I think sometimes we fall into this trap of thinking, I'm going to release my game, and all the people that are going to either buy it or not are going to do so, and that's it. You've got to keep working it. And I've backed things on Kickstarter that I've never even played. That's the situation that we're dealing with. Don't just be another entry in someone's Steam library. So the other final point is just joining the bandwagon and discussion. This is why concurrency is powerful. It's because then there are people talking about your game, and if you can get people talking and sharing things like a GIF on social media, then we're all part of this discussion, and it's a much easier sell if the customer thinks that there is momentum behind it. And some of that you can kind of generate on your own by just pushing that out there, let's say in the form of GIFs on Twitter, or by supporting your game and having people blast it to their friends that they're playing your next content update, playing it. You're generating your own buzz in people's friends' networks. So in summary, I hope you noticed, by the way, that the tomatoes have been growing slowly over time. We put some effort into that. Your game is a garden, nurture it. Stay relevant by doing the things that give your game a pulse, and keeping a pulse keeps you selling your game. Okay? Then you can enjoy delicious tomatoes. final
Sorry, there's
section
something wrong with
for the
these
talk
fucking
is a place to call
skewers,
home.
mate.
And so we're going to kick things off, instead of a takeaway, with a question. Have you ever sat down to play a game and not chosen a specific one because you can't recall where you left off? The game is stressful or difficult and you were looking to relax. You know that you will need to find a group, like a multiplayer game, or you remembered that you were stuck on something. I'm sure many of us have done that, and that is as a result
Maybe
of
that'll
friction.
aid the
All of that
digestion.
stuff is friction. And so now we're going to get right away into a takeaway, which is that friction kills. Friction being a killer is well known in game design. We often think about this, though, in terms of game systems and game experience. So it is after the player is playing the game. If they encounter things that are bad or that impede their progress or are confusing, anything that keeps them from playing your game and keeps them from enjoying it that you are likely responsible for, that is friction. But I'm talking about the idea of friction being friction itself. So not to get too out there, but it's the idea that friction exists in the game that is creating friction from anyone playing your game. And so the solution to this is to give your game a place to call home. So what is home? Home, by my definition, is any environment, mode, or activity in a game that allows for relaxed, low-consequence play, but still issues meaningful rewards or progress. I don't think this is talked about nearly enough in games, and I think this is really important, and so that's why I devoted a whole section to it.
Home is an easy dopamine
This is
hit.
not a literal home base in your game. This is often the kind of the cozy aspect of your game, and it doesn't mean because you're making Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley and you've made a cozy game. There can be cozy moments in very stressful games and very big action-oriented games, and as long as it conforms to this definition here, that would be this game's home. And so I'll give you some examples. In Destiny, it's running patrols and bounties. So this is an activity that is available to you at any time. I'm sure everyone's familiar with what this is, but just in case you're not, you're allowed to drop on a planet. You're not doing any one specific mission. You're kind of wandering an open world, and things will happen in front of you, and you can choose to engage with those things. And you also have a little quest list of things that you can be doing. The rest of Destiny content is PvP and high-stakes missions and raids, and it's all a higher tier of play, a higher form of commitment to playing Destiny for that evening. So you are able to, in Destiny, by running patrols and bounties, to wait for friends to come online or finish the activities that they're currently engaged in. And you're not staring at a matchmaking screen when you're doing that. You're wandering around doing your own thing. You might be waiting for a raid group, but this acts as a first tier of play commitment to those other tiers that I mentioned before. And it's important to note that even legendaries can drop when you're wandering around here. One of the best rewards in the game. Diablo 3 does a fantastic job of this, where go in a direction and you'll be rewarded equally for whatever it is that you're doing. So it just feels good. It's like Mac and Cheese, the video game. Fortnite, PvP game. I'm terrible at it. I get killed right away, but there is a battle pass, and that has objectives that allow me to get meaningful rewards and do things other than trying to be 1 out of 100. So this, I think, was one of Fortnite's brilliant moves. Is they realized we have a game where we put 100 people in the room and 99 of them are losers. And you might not think about it that way. You might be very, very happy, getting in the top 10%. I'm happy if I can kill one person in it. But it has these things that I can pursue on my own whenever I want to. And hey, a bunch of times it's just doing the thing. It's just playing the game, and I can decide to go somewhere, do something, or have a different objective that isn't being the best out of 100 people. Mario Odyssey is obviously a pretty relaxed experience, but there are definitely bigger challenges in it, and it isn't really just about sheer difficulty that we're talking about, but its version of home is collecting moons from past levels. And the reason for this is, like I said, you don't sit down with Mario Odyssey and think this is going to be like Counter-Strike levels of stress, but going to a new world, having a new world open up to a player, like when you leave, I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but leave the desert and go to the city, that is a source of anxiety to some degree. I mean, you might be totally fine with it, but there's a big unknown. You now are going to have a bunch of new objectives thrown at you. Anytime like a zone opens up in a world, it's a mixture of excitement and anxiety for the player. And so going back to levels and places in a world that you are very, very familiar with and doing it kind of on your own terms and knowing that you don't have to maybe finish the whole level, you just have to get the moon that was halfway through it, and it is overall contributing to your progress and your ability to go to newer places in the world later, that's huge. Because if it were just about forward momentum, you are going to have players that get stuck eventually. Next, MMO daily quests, love them or hate them. They're a great way of getting people just to sit down and actually log into the game and immediately have something meaningful that they can do. Because at any given time, most people don't have a lot of friends online that they can play the same game with. A lot of times, playing games with your friends is different people are playing different games, or we're in the same game, much like I was talking about with Destiny, we're just doing different things and chatting. So dailies give you that entry into a giant, complicated world with a lot of moving parts, but it gives you a focused daily thing that you can sit down and grind out, and you get rewards for it. In the case of Spider-Man, I like this one because its version of home, which is swinging around the city, looking for things to do, and perhaps encountering things happening randomly in front of you, it's also the best feeling thing in the game. You might like its combat or its story or whatever, but you're wrong. Swinging through the city is the best part of any Spider-Man game ever. And it's great that in this game, that is how you get around and find new things and engage with higher tiers of play commitment. But swinging feels good all the time, and that's huge for Spider-Man. Spider-Man's having a great year. It's huge. Next, Minecraft and games like it basically are just pure home. Gathering for projects and building them. Everything that you can collect contributes to grander visions and projects. So in Minecraft, you might be looking for diamonds, but if you're collecting other resources, eventually you might use them. That's huge. It always feels like wandering equals some form of forward momentum. So again, you might not be making Minecraft, you might not be making a game like Minecraft, but think about how Minecraft achieved that, and maybe you could do something like that. Breath of the Wild is just almost another pure home experience, other than when you're doing dungeons and kind of the higher level challenges in the game. But wandering over the next horizon, it's always offering you something. And unlike a game like Skyrim, which allows you to wander over the next horizon and encounter whatever, shrines in Zelda are great because I personally, I'm not usually wild about doing them, but they are something in the environment that I can either bookmark or do right away, and it's going to give me overall further progress for my character. And that's very material, whereas when I wander into a cave in Skyrim, for example, there might be loot, there might be spiders, there might be bears and spiders. I don't know what I'm getting, and that on its own is powerful, but being able to spot things in the world and go, that is going to contribute to my overall progression just by the virtue of my doing it and engaging with it, that's great. Agility orbs and Crackdown are another one. Slime Rancher, also tending to your ranch, wandering. Home is kind of my thing, so I wanted this game to have this from the very beginning. I always kind of think of the games I make as like little gardens of play and not a series of challenges. And so this comes very naturally to the experiences that I want to create. The next game I make, I guarantee you there will be some version of home within it. But finally, sort of playing devil's advocate again a little bit. It's also a sort of a design talk, so you had to say Dark Souls at some point or the lightning bolt would hit me and I'd die. So Dark Souls doesn't really have home, but I wanted to bring this up because you might not have an opportunity to introduce home in the way that I've defined it in your game, but Dark Souls does have a kind of version of home. It's kind of like a campground that you visit on your journey that you leave behind.
You don't need a home.
And that is, Dark Souls can be very challenging
home
and
is your
punitive.
desktop or so.
When you collect a bunch of souls and you die, you lose all those souls. So, that first level of anxiety is, I have a bunch of souls and I just lost them. Now we bring that anxiety up to another level, which is all of those souls that you had are sitting over there by that giant dragon. You have one shot to get it. So now the anxiety has peaked for the player at this point. We are nowhere near home at this point. Home is a distant memory and it's burning and you can smell the smoke. But if you die then, if it's catastrophic failure, what do you get? You've basically cashed out. Now you have 0 souls and you're back at the hub. And that's a huge freeing moment for the player, because now I can go anywhere I want and do anything, and unlike before, there are 0 consequences to my actions. So I can decide to try that boss again and know I can maybe experiment with a new tactic this time. I can go and find loot hidden away in dangerous places that I permanently get to keep. Or I could just explore and do whatever. I could try something wild. And then eventually, I'm going to accrue a bunch of souls, and I'm back to that anxious moment again. But it's key that Dark Souls routinely, because that dragon's going to keep killing you, is offering you this moment of reprieve. And it doesn't matter if you're making a really challenging or obtuse experience or something, if you can find ways where you basically release that steam valve every once in a while for the player, it's going to be hugely beneficial for your experience. So let's get into why players respond to home. I think I've already kind of touched on this a little bit, but games are recreational and home basically allows you to relax. We're accustomed to visiting platforms and exploring for content like Steam, Netflix, and Twitter. You might call this a bit of a stretch. I kind of agree, but I think there's some truth to it. A lot of our experiences these days are visiting platforms that offer a wealth of content that we dig a little bit and we go further and further tiers of engagement with these platforms. So you might be deciding, am I going to play games or watch a movie or watch sports tonight? You choose movies. So now you choose between your service providers for those. You choose Netflix. Now you're browsing through the content that you could consume. You decide to act on one. Maybe you watch it. Maybe you go for the next episode. You have continued to engage further and further and further. So one, why not let your game be just as easy to engage with, and why not let the game itself offer that experience to someone? Because it is really easy for me if the dragon crushes me and then I lose a level if I've at 0 souls in Dark Souls, for me to shut it off, pull out my phone, or watch Netflix because I'm done with this shit for the night. I'm tired of failing. So offer home, and I firmly believe that it'll allow players to engage with your game more easily, make that decision to sit down with it. There's always some amount of anxiety around PvP, team play, spending currencies, ranked play. I think I've already covered this. So home gives you a starting point and a go-to during play sessions. So home is what gets people in the door, but it's also that comfy couch that you could return to in between higher tiers of commitment within the game. But why is home good for your business? So selling a copy of your game just isn't enough. Having people play your game and play your game repeatedly, as I covered earlier, is key. Home does this. So players playing your game over time will increase sales. Home gets players into your game, and home increases overall play time because of lack of friction. And you might be saying, just wait a dang minute. Isn't some of the stuff in this talk the kind of strategy that is used by games as a service? And I would say yes, and that's okay. Copying business practices that work is okay. Even if you're not really in that business, it's okay. Steal the good stuff. I could learn something about selling my game from that successful burger stand that I talked about earlier. Copy it. Why not? Why not just try and fit in the mold of what everyone else is doing? If you do that, you're another game now. So to kind of bring it all together with Slime Rancher, it was a single-player offline indie game. It was released over 3 years ago. The original dev team was 3 people. Very, very humble beginnings. And it is also not a typical games as service genre, not by any stretch. Single player, offline, indie game about ranching slimes and farming. It's far away from that. But that didn't stop us from releasing 18 significant content updates so far, with another one on the way. It has weekly and holiday activities and community contests, and those activities are just generated within the game. We took a page from Animal Crossing, basically. Animal Crossing is not, at least the older ones, weren't an internet-connected game, and yet it had daily stuff. It felt alive. We just copied that. And it's still being ported to new platforms. We make a big deal out of it every time we do that. And has maintained strong revenue since its release, and December 2018 was our best month ever for what was then just almost a 3-year-old game. And I basically want to say that I'm practicing what I preach here. It sells itself in a GIF. It has maintained relevancy by nurturing the game since its release, and has copious amounts of home in it. That is usually one of the number one things, they're not using home, but the number one things that our reviewers point out is that they could relax when they play it. It feels cozy. And again, you do not have to have a bright, warm, and fuzzy game for this to work. You just have to elicit those feelings. Again, what do you want your players to feel? Do it. But it also does other things not covered in this talk. And it also doesn't do lots of things that make other games successful, maybe including yours. And so remember that the stuff in this talk will help your game succeed, but it is not the only path to success. So I say, instead, take the stuff from this talk and everyone else's talks that make sense to you and your game and make your own path to success. And good luck with that. So he's back. Thank you very much. I want to thank Ray and Kara, who helped me put this talk together, and everyone at Monami Park. I believe there is some time I could take some questions.
What the hell? Why can't I fucking...
I really love the talk, so it's a good follow-up to what you did last year, too, a couple of years ago. Kind of reflecting, you said that December was your best month revenue-wise. What would you tell yourself beginning Slime Rancher? I know that you could probably tell yourself a lot, but what's maybe a couple of key lessons having gone through that whole process now, especially from this perspective?
So the question is, what would I tell myself 3 years ago from when we were in the December of last year and at the peak revenue? Yeah, so we had set out to sell 100,000 copies of the game. That was our goal, and I think this is important. That obviously we sold way more than that, but we did not. We weren't thinking in terms of let's just see what'll happen. We tried to make a game that we thought we could sell 100,000 copies of, and we had a plan for what we would do if that happened. And I think that is very relevant to what I was talking about with concurrency. We weren't aiming for let's see what happens. We wanted that 100,000 because we knew that was the momentum necessary to maybe get us more. And it turns out that that was very much the case. But you know, I think. Yeah, I don't know if I totally answered your question there. Obviously, I would be very excited, but I think I might be slightly discouraged at how much hard work was necessary to get to that moment. You know, working at the long-term support, nurturing the game, it's a very, very difficult thing to do, and we just had to stick at it. You can't get bored and want to make your next game. You just have to keep selling. So, next one.
So, a question about how to make an effective GIF for telling your game. If your game is based around mechanics which are not represented visually very well, like a sound game or an audio game, or something that involves creation of intangible things, can you think of a way to kind of work that into the GIF?
Well, GIF is a visual medium with no audio, so you know, as I said in the beginning in the disclaimer, this just might not be for you, but certainly that's a very unorthodox experience. So immediately, that's a firewall that you have to be able to somehow get people to walk through, and so it's really on you to think, what is the shortest path through that. And yeah, I think a lot of this, because in relation to a GIF, it's visual, there isn't a whole lot that we can do with just pure audio. And perhaps there's, Twitter, like I said, is very good for delivering that visual information very quickly. Find a platform that delivers audio information very quickly, but you're definitely up against it because even movies on Twitter and that will have subtitles on it because they know people just aren't listening to audio. So you have your challenges ahead of you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Fantastic talk. Force my whole team to watch it. It's like exactly what we need right now. Specifically about the GIFs, I was wondering if you could talk a little more about the creation of them, like literally what tools you're using. Are you recording actual gameplay, and then how long it takes you to edit it and put it together, and just the production of the GIF? What's the effort and tooling that you're using to do it?
So the question is best practices for making GIFs, how you do it. Fortunately, I have someone who does that. Early on, what we did was we added a feature in Slime Rancher. A lot of people don't know that this exists, but on PC, hitting
I know it
generates
exists.
a GIF of the last, I think it's 5 seconds of gameplay. There are like third-party solutions to that as well. I think it took Mike, the other co-founder of Monami Park, probably half a day to put it in. It has generated a ton of community GIFs, which are great, but also it allowed us to very quickly create those moments early on when it was just 2 or 3 of us that worked online. They were probably totally unoptimized, and Kara, our communications manager at Monami Park, would probably never put those things online. But when you're small and lean, scrappy, that was a great solution. Now, she could probably do a talk on best practices in terms of recording footage and that. But there are a number of people who are really, really good at making GIFs, and they will share those processes with you. I don't know if you've, I totally forget the name, but there is someone who makes like amazing Devil May Cry GIFs, and they're not Capcom. Definitely check that out because they're gorgeous and perfectly formatted. So, but early on, I totally recommend put a make GIF button in your game. It will save you a ton of agony later. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nope. Thank you.
Hi. So you touched on a little bit in your first with the first question, saying how you went into this saying you want to sell a certain amount of games. You also touched on earlier on about sort of games as a service and sort of how Slime Rancher is, as you say, a game as a service. Did you go into that even early on, like the first year where you were developing, to make it a game as a service, or did you go in thinking it was going to be one shot and then you're going to
that constant 20-degree turn.
Okay, so the question was, did we walk into it thinking we were going to use the games as a service model? I actually covered this in a talk from a couple years ago, but in brief, we knew we were going into early access, and we also didn't want to do the early access version where it's like, here's a bunch of bug fixes, see you in 6 months, and maybe we'll have some content, because I think people get very angry about that. So as soon as there was a response to it, we got our stuff together and leveraged, I used to make MMOs, and so did Mike, the other co-founder of Monami Park. We immediately leveraged our MMO experience. Games as a service was definitely taking off at that point. It was just a natural fit. I got an amazing education at 3 Rings as to how to make and run an online game, so I had that experience. So definitely seek out things like that, learn, like I was saying, steal other people's business practices. There's things that WoW does that is applicable to your perhaps a very, very small game. And so, yeah, we immediately conformed our early access experience to be more games as a service. We had our patches that were completing early access as content updates, and we made trailers for them and gave them key art, and we got people very excited about just normal early access updates. But there was always a hero element to every patch. So we would never, like I said, just do, here's some bug fixes, and we changed the bridge model, and the backpack now in Slime Rancher looks a little bit different. We had something that we can put on a piece of key art that was exciting, ideally a character, to get people excited about this content update, and then really, it just sort of worked that way, because early access is launching your game, period. I've said that before and stand by that. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey Nick.
Hi.
Thanks for the talk. So on the topic of home, do you always design for your personal sense of home, or do you ever try to create a generic sense of home? And if so, how do you go about finding that generic, broad sense of home?
So the question is, do I design for my own personal taste of home or a broad one? I think it's a bit of both, which is probably not what you were looking to hear. But you can't avoid putting your own personal tastes and preferences into experiences. But in terms of the generic sense of it, I think there's some very easy things to do, which is just basically sticking to the definition that I put out there. Features that aren't punitive. Relaxed play, getting someone to stay for as long as they want to. That is something that I really value. I really hate it in games where it tells me mission complete. I know this is definitely a personal preference, but I don't want anyone telling me when the experience is over. I want to like in Destiny go up to orbit when I feel like it. So for me, that's a huge part of my personal taste. Is just it's freedom. It's not taking control away from the player. I like that. That's my jam.
First of all, gonna thank you for the talk, and then I have a question regarding the topic of nurturing the game. So I want to ask, what do you think is the optimal frequency of pushing out the significant updates? Because there's risk that the players do not like the new updates, and there's risk that the player have not fully digest the previous updates. So what do you think is the optimal frequency to push this significant
Sure. So the question is, what is the appropriate cadence of content updates when you're nurturing your game? So you've committed to long-term support. You're going to release content updates over time. Again, I think that varies by game. One of the ways that you can figure that out is you look at your tail. So you release your game, even if you release it in early access, you're going to get the bump. And it's great to be up here. And then eventually it goes down. And if all you've decided to do is release your game and walk away from it, now you're here. You've exited the peak and you're in the valley probably forever until you put your game on sale. And then just like a roller coaster, that bump is never going to be as big as that first one. That's actually how roller coasters work, which is super cool. And I didn't know that until relatively recently. But anyway, so look at that and release your content update, see what it does to the bump. And then you have to determine for yourself how deep and how wide do you want that valley to be. But if you've done an effective update, you can get a data point where you say, you know what, we must have filled that valley full of dirt in the last update because the valley is now higher than the valley used to be. And that's the critical bit of information. If what you did makes your bottoming out higher than your previous bottoming out, and it looks like it's going to stay that way, you have done something effective to build value into that game. If what you get is an exact replica of what you had before, maybe that's fine because the peak equals the effort at least that you put into it. And the reason breaking even there is a victory is because you've built now value into that game for the new customer. When we're working on Slime Rancher, we think about what are our current players going to want and what's going to get them to keep playing the game, but we're constantly thinking about the newest customer. And so sometimes we add a feature where we realize our existing players chew through it very quickly, and it's because they only focused on doing that one thing, and that's unfortunate. But then other times, with that same example, they are able to, a new player is able to experience that and other things whenever they want. So, yeah. Okay, I'll just take one last question. Is that okay? Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I think we're wrapping up. I'll take your question after. Yeah. So I'll hang outside if anyone else has any other questions. Thanks again.
All right, so basically just a marketing speech. Tangentially related to Slime Rancher, but okay. All right, I guess major takeaway, people don't have very high attention spans. Stop it. And by it, I mean expecting people to pay attention longer, I guess. Like, make them feel comfortable. That's another part. The home part was about making people feel comfortable with it. Make it marketable. Such that it can be basically your elevator pitching everyone on your game. In a GIF. And I appreciate saying GIF instead of, annoying me by calling it GIF throughout the talk. Very good, very good. You can tell a lot about a man by the way he pronounces GIF. Right. Like, pronounce it with a hard G. That man would die for you. He's not to be given up lightly. Don't trust people who use the J. That's all you gotta know. It's all you need to make an accurate character assessment of anyone in the world is how they pronounce GIF. And that's just science. So, all I'm really gonna do is find a way to get this frickin' stick to somewhere that can be stored. Or maybe I just, no. Alright. We just keep the tractor there. We take this in hand, and then tomorrow we run all the way back to the tractor. If we can remember where it is. Shouldn't be that hard to remember where it is. But the thing is, that, that talk from Arcane. The Arcane represent a level designer. Makes me think maybe Dishonored and Dishonored 2 will be next. I can probably run through this. I can definitely complete in fewer than 8 hours. I know that. Dishonored isn't a very long game. I don't know about Dishonored 2, though. I'll think maybe just Dishonored 2. But Dishonored 2 shouldn't be any longer, right? I'm thinking. Then again, maybe I can just ignore that it's my... I don't have to start anew. Yeah, I could probably put it off to Tuesday. No reason to start a new game on a Monday. Other than, it's a Monday, new week. Although you can say Sunday's part of the new week. Who knows? All I know is Daddy wants a beer. Daddy's thirsty. And Daddy likes to drink his bread. Anyhow, that's the end of the stream. Stream time, end time. Throw that away. Littering's cool, kids. Do it all the time. Especially if you don't live there. The war is fought on all fronts, comrades. Yeah, that's it for the stream. I'll see you tomorrow. And Bob will see you tomorrow. That's more important. Do it for Bob. He'll see you tomorrow.